Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I was just making sure if my speakers were on because it always sort of throws me off when I start to hear myself or anything coming out of the laptop here. So it is wonderful to be here on a somewhat lovely Wednesday, a mild Wednesday here in New York City. Gosh, what a show we have planned for you today. What a show. I am so, one of those days where I'm like, I can't wait for 1 o'clock Eastern time. I can't wait. So much to get to, on the nose, 5 incredible guests, a ton of news, massive events happening this weekend, whether it's the UFC in Seattle, PFL in Pittsburgh, RAF in Tampa, boxing, PBC over in Las Vegas as well. There's so much to get to. Golly. There's a brand new uncrowned.com that I want you to all check out. There's a redesigned uncrowned.com. Thank you to our friends over at Yahoo for continuing to up the stakes and making the page and everything that we're doing looks so good. Very, very excited about everything. Back into the program. Speaking of boxing, we're going to be joined by the Golden Boy, the great Oscar De La Hoya. We found out yesterday that they have signed, Golden Boy Promotions has signed with DAZN, re-signed with DAZN, I should say. This was a little bit of a, a bit of a saga. Not quite as long as the Top Rank saga, but Top Rank domino falls, then we get the Golden Boy news. So like we said yesterday, DAZN now the home, Top Rank, Golden Boy, Queensberry, Matchroom. Not a bad stable right there, in addition to all the other ones that they're working with, Salida Promotions, Misfits, etc., etc. So not a bad stable right there. It's always great. It's not a clapback Thursday, it's a clapback Wednesday. It's always great to talk to Oscar. There's a lot going on in the boxing world, so I can't wait to pick his brain. Now, prior to that, so he's going to be on at 4. At 3:30, we're going to be joined by Muhammad Mokaev, who we found out yesterday will be competing against Adriano Moraes at the Netflix card on May 16th, MVP MMA. I don't even know if that's the official name that they're going with. I think it's just MVP, to be honest, but it's good to distinguish. Busy time for those guys. Mokaev, Moraes, 125. What a big fight. One of the many big fights on that card that we found out about yesterday in earnest. We also found out Salahdine Parnasse, one of the best young fighters not ever signed by the UFC, fighting in KSW, multiple-time champion, the pride of France. He's coming over as well. Will make his American debut on that same card, Intuit Dome, Inglewood, May 16th, Netflix, MVP, against Kenneth Cross, a fight that a lot of people are excited about. That will be on the main card, by the way, so that will be on Netflix come May 16th. Shout out to our friends over at Netflix, by the way. Opening day today. Giants, Yankees, can't wait to see how they present MLB opening day for the very first time. So I'm excited about that. So Parnasse will join us at 3 o'clock. Dalton Rosta is going to join us at 2:30. He's competing on that PFL Pittsburgh card this Saturday. Big fight for him. Impa Kasanganay is his opponent. And there's a bit of a middleweight tournament. As I said to John Martin yesterday, who I thought was fantastic, and it seems like you guys agree, straight shooter, no BS, no fluff, no nonsense, seems to know what he's talking about, seems to come across like the guy in charge, which he is. No fight matrix nonsense, no rankings nonsense, just gives us the goods, understands as a TV guy. They bring him in to close these big TV deals, but is also a fight guy. I think they made the perfect hire here, if I'm being honest. Like, not a retread, not a recycled face, not a person who's just being used as a mouthpiece, a figurehead who actually knows nothing about what's going on and makes no decisions. Very much enjoyed the chat. And we talked about how Costel Vancinas successfully defended his title Friday in Madrid. And then you move along 8 days later and you've got former champion Johnny Eblen, who he has a history with, going up against Brian Battle, who they signed recently, Impa and Dalton, two guys that they're obviously very much behind. So the middleweight division in focus, while the UFC's middleweight division is in focus on Saturday too. This is good. This is good for the sport. This is good for the biz. We'll talk to Dalton about all of this and more. And then, my friends, it is in fact true. And I can't wait to believe it when I see it. Colby Covington is going to join us at 2 o'clock. I have not talked to Colby Covington since 2020, mid-2020. It's been about 6 years the last time we spoke in any way, shape, or form. On air, text, I even went back to my text. Nothing since 2020. RAF has made this possible. Chad Bronstein has made this possible. He's going to be competing this Saturday at the RAF event, which is taking place in Tampa against Dillon Danis. Obviously on that card as well, RAF 7. Armin Tsarukyan against Giorgio Poulos is on it as well. But Colby has been in the news, and I hope he'll show up. I've been told he's going to show up. I have no reason to believe that he's not going to show up. I have no idea what to expect. I think I've been fair. I think I've kept an open mind. I've said that I'd be happy to have him on, just as I say I'm always happy to have anyone on. I look forward to the chat. I think it's going to be interesting, and I can't wait until 2 o'clock until it actually goes down. So that's the lineup. 5 incredible guests on this Wednesday, March 25th. I did want to say regarding RAF, and we'll get to On the Nose in a moment. We have a lot to get to at the top of the show. We do have some big breaking news from the world of wrestling, freestyle wrestling to be exact. I've confirmed with the good people over at Real American Freestyle Wrestling that they have, in fact, signed the big fish, the one that we thought they would sign from the jump. He's been quite busy, but he seemed like a natural shoo-in from the start. He is the Olympic gold medalist, the multiple-time national champion, the multiple-time All-American, the future UFC fighter, we suspect. Gable Steveson has signed a multi-match deal with RAF, Real American Freestyle Wrestling. You can see him compete on Fox Nation. He will make his debut, RAF 9, May 30th, Dallas, Texas. Opponent TBD. I hear they're going after some big ones. And of course, Wyatt Hendrickson, who beat him last year in the national championship, is a member of RAF. That's not going to be the match off the bat. Wyatt competing this weekend. They're going to build up to it, I'm told. But that's a massive signing for RAF. Seemed like a natural fit. Gable's got some big plans this year. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him debut in the UFC in the next few months, maybe even International Fight Week. There was some talk of the White House card. International Fight Week is going to be a very big one. Stay tuned for that. For now, we know May 30th, his debut with RAF. He signed a multi-match deal with them. Dallas, Texas, Fox Nation. There you have it. Gable Steveson. Some news off the jump. Perhaps just as big as that is the fact that the boys have in fact landed in the chute. Yes, they are there and they are joining us from there. Oh my dear, look at these guys. Look at these cans of pisses. And I'm not referring to Pizzi with that painted on smile on his face. He doesn't know how to react to this scene. Pizzi, the boys are in the chute. Look at GC rocking the old school throwback Seattle Seahawks Sean Alexander. Look at Rick with the Northwest sun beaming on his face. What a scene. What a scene this is. How are you guys?
We're doing good, man. It was hectic travel leaving the studio yesterday to then get here, land around 11 local time, pick up the car, pick up Casey. Shout out to young Casey, the legend who was here with us.
Wait, where'd you pick him up from? Where'd you pick him up from? Where was he?
Airport.
Oh, okay.
But he was,
different flight.
and then we came to the Muckleshoot, the casino resort, and let me tell you, it is something, man. It is something.
Okay, so
I'm looking out at like lush evergreen trees right here and mountain ranges. It's quite beautiful.
We're in the middle. Like, we had to get the car last night. We were the last car out of the lot on the rental car place. We had to drive out into the forest. I am looking at nothing but evergreen trees and mountain ranges in front of me right now.
You were the one, GC, who I feel like really truly manifested this. Like, you put this out there. Has it? I know you've only been there for like 12 hours or so. Has it lived up to the expectations? Your early thoughts on this, like this mythical place in the Pacific Northwest known as what is the official name? The Muckleshoot Casino? What is it? The Casino Resort?
Muckleshoot Casino and Resort.
Okay.
We're out here in Auburn, Washington. Yeah, I mean, we got to explore the place. Right now we're on the 18th floor, so we're as high as you can get in terms of the hotel. Above us is the 19th floor, which has a steakhouse and restaurant that I can't wait to check out this evening. Has it lived up to the hype? It's tough to say. We arrived here at about 1 a.m. local on a Tuesday evening, and then we got some breakfast around 8 a.m. on a Wednesday morning.
Buffet? What do we got over there? What's the spread?
Bobby Flay's hasn't opened yet.
Okay.
The breakfast spot was still closed down for maintenance. I got a PB&J, but it's all part of the Muckleshoot experience.
Sure.
I mean, is a casino the happiest place on earth on a weekday morning?
Sure.
Oh, maybe not, but we'll see tonight. I think things are going to start ramping up.
The wallpaper, the decor is very MGM Grand-esque. Like, I feel like you guys are in a prime spot right now with that sort of gray wallpaper. We did get a photo of you guys upon landing, and it was a great interaction. Here's the boys. I mean, these two guys, I was talking yesterday that I was worried whether or not they hit it off back in 2021. I mean, look at these two Kansas Pistols here. Look how happy they are. I mean, these are two road warriors. And it was great because obviously we know that the great state of Washington is known as the Evergreen State. GC dropping a little tree in there. And of course, where does Petey's mind go to? Petey, what did you say when you saw the tree?
I said what anyone would say when they saw a tree, mate. Okay, I thought it meant that the boys were after having a fatty boom batty outside, and they were telling us that they were baked, and I was like, fair play. You know what I mean?
Evergreen tree emoji.
No, I get it now. Okay, all right. I'm not from America, GC. All right, but I will say, you've gone for the Scarface suite there, and the stripper pole there in the background of Rick's is quite dubious, I must say. What's going on there?
Actually. So that's not a stripper pole. That is like
sure.
My bed has a lofted top here.
Yeah,
it looks
that's my bed over there.
Up and coming princess.
A canopy. Yes, thank you, Andy. We have a canopy on the bed here.
It kind of piss.
Ariel, you mentioned road warriors. Can I actually just poll everybody here?
Yeah.
I am a true, tried and true road warrior. I'm a man of the people. I'm flying economy. I'm in the back. I'm as close to the bathroom as one can possibly get. I just wanted to ask you guys how you feel about this. Was almost a 7-hour flight, a little bit over 6 hours. How you feel about reclining fully in economy?
Not allowed. It's not allowed. And you should fight the person in front of you if you're going to get thrown off the plane.
At all, period? Not even like...
No, what you do is, right, if they do it to you, you just go, for fuck's sake! And then if they turn around, just be staring at them like that.
You all right, mate?
You all right?
You all right? You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous. You know what I mean? We paid 20 quid for the seats. Get over it. Relax as much as you can.
I had Buddy in front of me in my lap the entirety of the flight last
Buddy
night.
Rick?
No. It was Rick. I would have slapped upside the head. I mean, as soon as that flight took off, he went just all the way back into my lap. I don't even know why United makes it legal to recline that much, but alas, we made it.
So did you let a loud expletive out of you, like just to let him know how you felt about the situation?
I gave like a little pushback. It was like, "Come on, man!" And he gave me like a little.
Those are great. Yeah,
he knew.
I'm just curious. Truth be told, like in all fairness, it's been a while since I sat there. So like, how does it work now? Do they go all the way back, or that?
This is akin to when you ask us about like how do you get into the subway and everything. It's been an information. The economy. Yeah, they crank all the way back. Like I couldn't even watch my TV anymore. Like the TV goes from being right to like right down here. It was.
Oh, so you guys get the beds too? You get the full like layback bed.
This guy was like, he was cranking this thing too. He was trying. I thought he was going to break the seat for a minute. He was trying to push it back so hard. It was egregious. It was egregious use of recline.
Actually, you were traveling yesterday. United came out with this new thing that everyone's going crazy about. Surely Frank saw it on Reddit. Did you see this, Frank? You can actually now get a full row to yourself. And,
I saw that, yeah.
Everyone's going crazy over this. So perhaps,
Could you not have done this previously, by the way?
No, this is a whole new thing that they've rolled out. They've got these new planes. You can get the full row to yourself. You can lie down.
I know, but
wasn't about that, Ariel, with the
you're just buying 3 seats and then laying down
but now you're just buying one.
I used to do this all the time.
Now you're just buying one.
No.
That's what they're saying.
It's not just buying one. No.
Well, what about
you have to buy that row?
What about the little like jug of hot nuts? Do you guys get that too, or is that?
I've never even
jug of hot nuts. What the fuck
is going on?
Jug of hot nuts.
Yeah.
It's a little
cup of warmed up peanuts.
Yeah. No, not just peanuts, Frankie.
Okay, mixed
cashews, almonds, but they're all very hot, like steaming hot.
This is before or after they give you the towel.
Yeah, after the towel.
Oh, nice.
First you
nice.
clean your fingers.
Yeah, yeah.
The towel's fantastic.
And you know, obviously you're always up there in the front. You're first off the plane, first on as well. I actually had to go to the bathroom so bad. Line was backed up out the wazoo out the back. I tried to make an attempt at the front.
No.
Oh yeah, they pulled the curtain.
Don't even bother.
Sorry. Yeah, you can't come in here.
Don't even bother. Don't even. So
we made it.
What is on tap? I mean, obviously the next few hours are tied up here. I would imagine, unless you guys are going to leave us high and dry like you did yesterday. Francis was on the show yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw, but
I didn't see. Congrats, man.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was
As you mentioned at the very tail end of the show.
Yeah.
No, as you mentioned, we were weighing in, watching Francis from the Uber on the way.
I wasn't sure if those were like later
Airport.
grams or something. You know.
No. We saw exactly what was happening. Shout out to Francis.
It was hot-spotted.
Later today. I had it open on the laptop. I'm writing up podcast copy for Frankie. This grind doesn't stop. Speaking of today, we are going to do the show. We're going to be locked in. As soon as this show is over, we're going to go meet up and get a tour of the entire facility. They're going to take us to every place that we need to see, roll out the red carpet for us, white glove service, and take us around and show us the best of the mock. And so we're really looking forward to that. And then we're coming live from the muck tomorrow for Boys in the Back, and so hopefully we'll have some tales to regale everybody with.
Yeah, and hopefully the internet will be a little bit better. I mean, it's.
I thought that was my end.
It's very.
I thought that was my end. Maybe.
Oh no! Did you not hear any of that?
No, we heard it. It was very Blanchardstown-esque, circa 2010. You know, like or 2025. It's been a minute.
We're also going to Galaxy, Muckleshoot Casino and Resorts, very own club.
Yeah.
Oh, sick! All right. Well, this is a great time, guys. All right. Well, we'll get more details of your trip. I'm assuming throughout the show, but we do have a ton of questions to get to. So, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. It's time for. And just to be fully energized while I do this, I wanted to open up this can of Nama water, courtesy of our friends Rose Namajunas and Pat Barry. They sent us these hydrogen-infused water cans here. I'm very excited about this. I love my water. I love my H2O, especially during the show. Oh, yeah. Would you look at that? Cheers. No, this is not an ad. It's not an ad, Frankie. This is just for our friends, Rose and Pat. That's good water.
Are you sure this is not an ad?
I just like helping everyone out. I like helping everyone out. Nama water. Love it. Be your best. Check it out. There's even a Thug Rose signature on here. Beautiful stuff. Matt from SLC is up first. GC, please blind rank these recurring rage bait moments. All right, you ready for this?
Ready.
Ariel's integrity as a journalist questioned.
I feel like that's really been coming up a lot lately. I'll go 4.
Whenever Pizzi's music starts playing. You know the one.
I almost feel like that isn't rage bait. That's like almost like a tune, an anthem to get them going. I'm going to go 2.
So good when it starts playing. Thought maybe Frank would play it when we started.
Yeah, man.
Moment's
working
gone.
on
Moment's
things.
gone, Frank.
Frank, when somebody tries to tell him how to do his job.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
That's number 1.
This is a great
So,
list.
the quickest way to get Frank to not do anything is to tell him to do it when you aren't his boss.
So good. I want everyone in the chat. I love when like I complain about something and then the chat either chimes in via the chat or via email, tweet, and they try to sort of like diagnose what the issue is from afar. Frank loves it, by the way. So I urge you all to continue to do it. He really, really does appreciate it. Ariel.
Specifically.
Yes. Ariel, the morning after a big Knicks/Bills loss.
3.
And then finally, Rick dying on another hot take hill. He does say in brackets, bro is so high strung, but is 100% the people's champ.
He's the least high strung of all of us. He really is, like legitimately the least high strung.
That should be 2, but I'm going to go 5. That's all I have left.
All right. There you go. Hey, this question is for Pizzi. Thoughts on Salah leaving at the end of the season, end of an era? Now, he's not referring to Salahdine Parnasse. He's referring to Mohamed Salah of Liverpool FC.
Yeah, I mean, probably the hate that he felt from the Liverpool supporters there probably pushed him out the door, if you ask me. You know, a lot of blame getting thrown Salah's way earlier in the season, I felt. It's unfortunate. The greatest player in the football club's history, you know. What
It
are you
was
gonna
time. It was time. Is he going to Saudi? I feel like that's not a thing anymore, right?
No, I think he'd be a great for the market out there. I think he'd destroy that league. But I still think he's capable of playing top level football. He's brilliant. I think people were talking about the football leaving him this year, Jamie Carragher. But I still think he's very, very talented player. And, Premier League is so fast. I think you play anywhere in Europe still. Still playing the Premier League for a lesser team. I don't imagine he'll do that because he's so loyal to Liverpool. But great player. I think the best player in the history of Liverpool Football Club.
I would love to see him in the MLS. Antoine Griezmann signing with Orlando. I think that would be tremendous.
Yeah, he would be brilliant over there.
Yeah.
He's a great player. I think anywhere he goes, he's going to be a massive asset to any team.
Lex, hey Ariel, now that the UFC White House card is official, which ones did you know beforehand and which ones did you find out about in the announcement like all of us? So this is kind of a weird one because I don't want to do the thing where it's like, oh, I knew about it. But if you're asking me like which ones I knew, look, I'm out of the breaking news game in the sense that I don't get the rush. I don't get the excitement. I don't bother people to break news. But I'm constantly talking. And I think you can figure that out by the things that I say on the show. Which fights did I know? And as also, like I said, the brass at the UFC made everyone swear up and down that they would not leak anything or anything. They wanted to make the announcement. God bless, make the announcement. I don't care. I really don't. By Saturday night, I knew Ilya versus Justin. I knew Alex versus Gan. I knew Bo versus Kyle. I knew Sean versus Zahabi. I didn't know Garcia versus Lopez. I didn't know Hoofy versus Chandler. And I think that's all of them, right? There's 6. So I knew of 4. I didn't know the other 2. In honor of March Madness, trivia for GC. Winningest NCAA men's basketball coach?
John Wooden.
Mike Krzyzewski. Winningest NCAA men's basketball program?
UCLA.
Kentucky. Program with the most NCAA championships?
UCLA.
Correct. Guess Bill Self's all-time home record?
431 and 112.
That's a tough one. 342 and 22, which is unbelievable.
22? Holy
22
shit.
is nuts. What about GMAC? Go to Syracuse, huh? That's exciting. Do you see that?
Huge.
Jeremy McNamara? Yeah. Steve Buscemi, Ariel, what is going on with McGregor? He sent a cryptic post yesterday about being back and mentioning something about an Irishman. People think it's Ian Gary, which I know is not going to happen. Is there anything you could tell us? Has an opponent been agreed upon? Also, whatever happened to your interview with him that was supposed to be rescheduled? Well, I did see this post last night from Conor McGregor on Instagram in which he says, the rumors are true. Mr. Confidence returns to safe fighting again. Call your grandma. Nanny, we did it. Watch and pay me. F you pay me, you fat Irish prick. You don't have my money. I put your brain to sleep. See yous in the casinos after. Muckleshoot? The Mac loves yous all. I got love for y'alls. I got love for yous all. It's an honor. It's light work. It's easy. For life and eternity, it's McGregor. Big Money Mac Daddy McGregor. I expect fawning of the highest for life. I do this fight game easy peasy. The sound of my shots off the head go bing in greet dot laser form. Go BHB. What's BHB? Anyone know that? What's BHB? No. Watch Divine Magic when I fight. Hey, Paramount Plus. See you guys soon. I'm so excited and born ready. The notorious Conor McGregor. What did I tell you on Monday? I told you on Monday it would be something disastrous at this point if he's not fighting July 11th International Fight Week. And I believe, I didn't ask, but I believe this is what he's referring to. And I told you, Max Holloway ain't playing games. So frontrunner Max Holloway, Conor McGregor, he's confirming it right then and there. There haven't been any other rumors about his return. And so I think that the UFC recognizes that, they've got to get the biggest star back. I think they're going to pay him better than what they were talking to John Jones about, better than the Conor Benn number, all that stuff. And I think people are going to be very excited about it. And, even Max said 170. Like I said, when Max put out that clip, I knew exactly what he was doing. He was planting the seed. He hasn't talked about Conor in quite some time. There was a time where he was chasing that Conor rematch. He hasn't been doing that, and then he did it, and it made all the sense. Imagine thinking before that BMF title fight that the loser would end up fighting Conor. I think we thought maybe if Max would have won, they would have done a BMF title fight. But perhaps this is an indication that they didn't love the Charles fight. We'll see. We'll find out more as time goes on. But he confirmed it there, and I think we're going to see him July 11th. That's what I feel, and that's what that tells me. Now, the Ian Gary thing, I don't think Pete, he's not referring to, like, I think he's just like kind of talking slang stuff there, right? He's not fighting Ian Gary.
I think that's a line from Casino, actually.
Oh, okay. There you go.
But funnily enough, a journalist reached out to me this morning. I wake up to this message, get a message about 6:30 a.m. And they're like, "Here, Pete, I'm just wondering, and no offense to you when I ask you this, but are you the fat Irish prick that he's talking about?"
Wait.
And I was like, "What?"
Was this journalist a friend of yours?
Yes. Elaine thought it was the funniest fucking thing she's ever heard in her life. She was like, "Well, if the shoe fits,
no.
what are you going to do?"
That's not very nice.
I was like, "No, that's a quote from a movie, mate. But how are you? Thank you, you know?"
What the F?
Bad form.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you.
Are you guys still friends?
We're working through it,
Whew, that's a rough one.
PT, how do you feel about
It's pretty
this?
funny though as well. It's pretty funny.
How do you like this? If it is in fact Max Holloway, do you like it?
Love it.
Why?
I remember the Max O'Holloway days. We were only discussing his jaunt over to Dublin with Jameson back in the day, and we were all very excited about it. I think he's the best option. If Nate's not on the table, I think that's the best option. I think it's a really, really good fight, and I think it's two fan favorites against each other. Obviously, the return of McGregor, I think that would make for a huge international fight week.
You guys like it? Rick, you like it?
I do. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's just like, what other name can you put in there with Conor that there's some kind of history and is going to be an exciting fight? To the point that you were making just a moment ago, I think Charles could have been that fighter, but I think he lost the opportunity with the way he fought Max, as evidenced by the fact that Max is the one now in the conversation. But I like the fight a lot. I think, you can roll back that ancient footage of them looking like babies fighting, and then just say this is the time for the new era, and I think they'd put on a great fight.
GC, you like it?
Love it. You got the history between the two. Return to the Mac, biggest star in the sport, going against a massive star in Max Holloway. They're going to give us a fun fight. I imagine that it'll be striking. Yeah, love it.
Is there a better option?
Guess the line, GC.
Yeah, guess the line. That's a good question. At 170, I presume. Conor is not going down to 55.
I still have to pick Max Holloway. It doesn't really matter the weight class, just because of his recent activity, his success. We haven't seen Conor McGregor in 5 years.
Yeah,
I would imagine like Max Holloway in like the minus 175, minus 200 range. I mean, it could even get bigger than that. I could see people betting on Max Holloway just because of his form.
Is there a better option?
There's really not. Like, who else is out there? The only one that I could think that would actually make a bigger splash potentially would be Paddy. Paddy versus Conor, I think, would be a fight that gets a lot of people talking about it. But outside of that,
who's more popular?
I think Max is more popular, but I think Paddy versus Conor as a matchup would probably have a little more juice. The Conor and Max history is so far removed that like the modern crop of audience, that's not even like part of the equation. Now it's just like Max is an exciting fighter and Conor, last time we saw him, was an exciting fighter. So I like it, as much as almost anything else out there. Paddy's probably the only realistic name that I think you could throw in there and have a little bit bigger splash.
To be honest, I still feel like it should have been Chandler, but obviously that ship has sailed. Diaz ship has sailed. I agree with you. And actually, the next question is actually tied to this, coincidentally. What's up, Ariel and crew? This is from Ryder. I saw Masvidal say the UFC wants him to come back and they have an idea who the opponent is. Any chance it's Covington versus Masvidal too? And are you guys interested in that fight? Well, I've seen a lot of people say, because I saw that clip, I think it was on Jorge's podcast, where he said he was approached by MVP. They never really got to the point where there was like a signed thing or anything like that, but he was approached and he's still under UFC contract, and the UFC wasn't just going to let him walk away. I think it was misrepresented that he might have been free, and then ultimately it wasn't the case. And they've been, we were talking to Masvidal in December, and he was saying, he's talking to UFC about the White House and all this stuff. And I feel like he has said for a while, like his last fight was what, 23 or 24, when he had the retirement fight in Miami.
But it was 23.
It was April. I remember because I was in Montreal. It was Passover time, and it was 23. So it's been almost exactly 3 years. April 8th will be 3 years. He was away, and then he came back, and they've just kind of been sitting on him, doing nothing. And I saw people say, oh, he's got to be talking about Conor. He's not talking about Conor. The Conor fight is not the one that they're talking about. Would that be a better option? Do you guys like that better than Max Holloway? Jorge versus Conor? There's more of a history.
Better. I think it's a good option, though.
Yeah.
I'm with Pizzi. It's on par. I would take Jorge versus Conor, no problem. But I like fights for Jorge more. As an example, the one that he called us dorks for shitting on at the time, I think makes all the sense in the world now, which is Jorge versus Leon. That fight makes all the sense in the world to me now.
Right. You're 100% right. Yeah.
It's a great fight. Yeah.
You're 100% right.
Leon is completely out of the title picture now. There's nothing that he's tied up with that he has to worry about in terms of that. You bring Jorge back. Now that one, the footage on that one, I think you could tell a million stories from. And so Jorge versus Leon, that's box office for me. I would definitely want to see that. I don't want to see Colby versus Jorge. That's not useful.
What about Colby versus Conor? This is what the guy was asking me originally. I just sort of...
Oh, no.
I don't like that versus Max.
Yeah. The Max
style-wise, right?
Behind it.
You might as well put Charles in there then, right? If you're opening up the potential for somebody to wrestle, that seemed like that was the BMF prize, right? Like whoever wins this gets Conor. You might as well just do Charles then and tell him, hey, Charles, maybe strike with Conor this time. But yeah, I don't love Colby versus Conor.
Nose, no nose. I was wondering if you could elaborate on how lots of... Oh, and by the way, to answer the other part of the question, I've already talked about why he didn't show up that day. Go back. I mean, I talked about, I think, like the next week. So that's like... Is that a year old? No, that was October. I was wondering if you could elaborate on how lots of fighters, John Jones or Ilya, wanting more for Islam, are able to request more money to fight. How does a fighter sign a contract with certain terms, then request more? It's just... It's the Wild West, man. They can fire you, a fight into or release you a fight into your 6-fight deal. Everyone knows that everything's negotiable and, this opponent has this number attached to him. Like, the contract just kind of keeps you there so you don't leave. But other than that, it's the wild freaking West. Now, they could tell you to go take a hike, but all the fighters know, all the managers know, hey, you're going to offer a big-time fight, we're going to negotiate for more money. That's just how it is. It's very Wild West-ish like that. Jalen Brunson can't say after year one, unless they want to renegotiate, but more often than not, teams don't in the major leagues. Like, hey, I had a great year. I was an MVP candidate. Give me more. No. Also, by the way, there's a salary cap. And so it screws up everything among the team. There's no salary cap in the UFC. So they could do whatever they want, when they want, how they want. And so guys take advantage of that. They just know that's the game. It's all very fluid. Colin. Ariel, why do you feel the need to mock and downplay anime whenever a guest is into it? I get that you don't know anything about it or care, but when the fighters have a genuine interest, it comes across as very condescending and borderline bullying. Instead of claiming that Pikachu and Charizard are the main characters of every anime, maybe just listen and learn or stop bringing it up so you could play the whole too cool for school act. You're a pro wrestling fan. You should understand what it's like to have your hobbies belittled. On a related note, watch Hajime no Ippo on Netflix. It's an anime about a young up-and-coming boxer and deals with a lot of behind-the-scenes aspects of combat sports. Sounds like something that'd be up my alley. I don't know what you're talking about. I open my heart, my mind, my soul to the anime discussions. I'm just not a ball knower like you guys are. So what do you want me to do? Fake it? You want me to pretend? Anime. I've never said that it's like loserific.
Was that a drop? What was that?
Yeah, that was a drop.
It's an old school drop.
Are you saying it right now?
Welcome to the team.
I've never said, but this guy is implying that I'm acting like I'm quote unquote too cool for school. I like pro wrestling, as he said, so I know what it feels like to have your interest belittled. I'm not belittling. I may not understand it. I may not get the appeal. I may not be a fan of it. I may have had an existential crisis when my kids were collecting Pokemon cards for 2 weeks and thought that they would end up being, like Pokemon card trading, Magic, video game playing type of kids. But in the end, it all worked out. It all worked out.
Oh, you're doing it right now.
That's going for you, Rick.
Yeah, Rick, you are eating that.
It all worked out. It all worked out.
I'll get over
You're
here,
hating
boys.
Right now, you're hating on it right now. You do the like the video game. You're like, I sit there and watch my kids, and like they seem to enjoy it, but like I just couldn't fathom in my brain how someone.
It is Red Dead, by the way. It's Red Dead.
Knew it.
Shout out. Great game.
Good kid.
He's galloping on a horse. I mean, I'm like, what?
Right. Is he out with the snow levels yet?
You're hating now. See,
I'm asking questions. All right.
There's a little bit of condescension, no?
No.
No, belittling's the perfect word. This question asker has nailed it.
Kelper. Dana White's hearing gets worse by the minute. He can't even understand English anymore, but then as soon as it's an easy question, he can all of a sudden hear and answers it. Is he okay? I don't know, mate. You maybe you should ask him that next time you're at a press conference. You probably
That's a great point.
Yeah. Hey, Ariel, for Pizzi, name these top 15 UFC fighters based on their nicknames. Black Jag. So what is the question here?
Work.
You have to guess who it is?
Olberg, Carlos Olberg.
Okay, the sniper.
Uh,
I don't know the
come on,
sniper.
bro.
You know the sniper, GC?
yeah.
Isn't that Sean Woodson?
No,
Okay.
that's STL sniper or something, right?
Maybe.
I think that's just his Instagram.
Oh, wait. He gave me the answers below. It's Imavov.
What is the sniper then?
Imavov.
Imavov. Okay.
The
I
best?
just think of Ravens because of Ben Folks with Imavov. Go ahead. Sorry.
The best?
Don't disappoint me, Pizzi.
Anyone want to steal it?
Yeah, Cedric Doumbé.
This guy says Tatsuro Taira. He's saying top 15.
Okay, but also
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
Well,
all right. Well, also
Doumbé
Doumbé.
is in French though. It's like what is it? Meilleur or something
Le
like that.
meilleur.
Yeah, there you go.
I was a little bit annoyed with the Doumbé thing. I got you guys a KO. And then it ends up being like,
But what is it?
he announced it today. It's like some rap song.
Oh, get the fuck.
He is a multi-talented, artist.
Mag-
The rug pull announcements.
Annoying. I got the best thing lined up for you guys. It's gonna be a crazy KO. And it was not a fight. I can tell you that much. Magnum, easy.
Wiley Zhang.
Walking Trouble.
Oh shit! It's is it Jacoby?
No.
No. Walking
that's
Trouble.
not-
It's an Eastern European dude.
Yep.
No, it's gone.
Auntie.
Oh, Andy Delia, yeah, my
Yeah.
boy. Only saw him over there in Manchester a few weeks back.
Did you greet him as Walking Trouble or just
No,
Auntie?
no. Just said, all right, that's the story, man.
Here's
Woo, thank God.
Jesse says, hey, Ariel, with John Jones sharing some of your content lately, any chance you can reach out and get him on the program? I feel like that'd be a gigantic one and make some noise. Has he been sharing our content?
I figured he'd share the Francis thing because I thought that was a brilliant answer by Ngannou yesterday on Jones. I thought, like, genuinely brilliant. I was like, whoa, edge of the seat kind of stuff there with Francis. The interview was brilliant, and you really challenged him, Mario. I don't think you meant to, but like, I mean, obviously you're trying to challenge to some degree, but
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
he really took it badly at one stage. But that made the interview so much more compelling, I thought.
Which part?
When he was saying to you,
About the
oh, you
haters?
just focus on the criticism.
Yeah.
That's all you do. And you're like, hang on a second, mate. I thought this was a pretty balanced interview.
Yeah,
and he was
I
like,
thought so.
no.
I haven't seen John share any of our stuff, although I think I'm blocked on his Instagram, so maybe it's over there.
So was
but
Rick.
Yeah,
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Number one John Jones supporter for 2 decades and
Crazy.
gets shit on.
Guilty by association.
Forgot about that.
I've
forgot
been
about
blocked by
that.
quite a few as well. Don't worry about that, Rick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like a Pulitzer Prize in MMA.
Oh, he did.
What? You all right, mate?
Is this-
Whatever you're
oh,
hearing is not on air.
Dan,
Okay.
I'm
speak
sorry.
from your
I'm sorry.
chest, Dan. Don't be so shy.
He reposted. Snap. He reposted your interview with Francis on his
Still
story
not.
today.
Oh, he's still not speaking. Frank, what's going? Did you guys hear that?
No.
Yeah, Francis story. I nailed it.
Oh, okay.
new.
Francis. Wait, why can't Rick hear that?
Yeah, why can't I hear
It
that?
wasn't for Rick.
Oh,
Frank is having a fucking mare over
A
there, man.
mare.
What is going on?
You know what's so funny? Every he cracks me up. Eddie Hearn every time when he talks about Zuffa boxing, they are having an absolute. He always drags out absolute mare. A mare. It's great comedy. That's what I just thought of when you said it.
Our pound for pound British slang, Connor had absolute that.
Yeah,
you know,
he did, yeah.
But mare, I would argue mare is the
Addition.
better word.
No, but
Everyone
the
had
way you
Kiss.
put the emphasis, the absolute, like that sets it off.
Okay, wow, Johnny Bones. Johnny Bones posting, well, it was via Red Corner. Like, I love Red Corner, but he wasn't posting.
Let's get the interview going, yeah?
Yeah, let's go, Johnny. Oh, he says he appreciates Francis advocating for him. All right, John. Listen, here's the thing. John, I don't know if he likes me or not. He was a feature in our Gable Steveson doc. Him and Casey are boys. Greg Jackson. We love Brandon Gibson, all those guys. What does John hate me for? Why is he? I thought it was because of the DC friendship. You know, where's DC been these days? I keep it a buck. That's the thing about me. I keep it a buck. Down the middle. I keep it real. I say what I say when it's good, bad, and different, but I'd like to think you believe that I always keep it real, despite all the nonsense behind the scenes. So the door is always open. Love to have a chat. We've had many great chats. Many, many great chats. And there's always room for more. That's what I'll say. Toronto Mike D. Ciao, Ariel. A quick shout about Dana needing an English translator for English questions. Just a stall tactic it is, because he hears the Zuffa boxing and slap fight questions just fine. He isn't fooling anyone with his hearing issues. My question is about venues. It's nothing to do with it. I fear the cards at the White House and even the boxing match at the Pyramid sounds cool, but I don't think it's even a hot take to think people are going to come away from these events disappointed. It's going to be due to the lack of atmosphere. They are both outdoors with limited capacity, especially the White House is going to be 1,500 suits. Do you share my concern? Well, Rick and I were at the Times Square card, and it was an absolute disaster as far as atmosphere was concerned. Like, it just felt like we were in some sort of like weird cavernous vortex. It was strange. So
yeah, it didn't really like embody Times Square in any specific way.
Correct. So yeah, you're right. I think at the
guarantee that's either British or Irish guy who sent that message, because he said just a stalling tactic. It is.
Like a little bit of footy. Taco Enthusiast, hi Ariel, can you talk a bit more about the reported removal of the sunset clause in UFC contracts? Yeah, I mean, they don't want it there, so they can keep you until you finish all your fights on the contract. Yes, the UFC is at fault for not taking care of its fighters, but shouldn't we also hold managers accountable for allowing fighters to sign contracts without sunset clauses? Yes, I've often said the reason why there isn't a association is because of the managers. There's only like 6-7 managers in this business, and they control all the fighters. All the fighters are signed to them. So if they got together, it'd be a lot easier than 400 fighters getting together, right? But they don't. There are some that do. Don't get me wrong. There are others who have notable fighters and big stables who don't. And so it's not going to happen anytime soon. There were a couple times where the managers got together in the last 10 to 15 years. Somewhere in the 10 to 15 year range, managers got together, and guess what happened? One manager went back and told the UFC.
I wonder which one that was. That's crazy.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? One man.
Was Andy Aspinall invited?
No. This is pre-Tom.
No.
This is pre-Tom. I remember it. It was around the time that the whole, like, what were they calling themselves? The PFA or something? Jeff Boris?
Shut up, Bjorn.
Yeah. No. Not that one. Anyway, yeah. And it got back to the UFC and never really went anywhere. Joe Merz says, Ariel, I just finished the Anderson miniseries and I'm feeling very nostalgic all of a sudden. I know you say 2016 is the best year in UFC history. It was. And it's hard to argue with Conor Ronda, but can I put forward 2011? No USADA, introduction of 5-round non-title main events, WEC full absorption, Silva Prime, GSP at Rogers, Jones rise to champ, JDS Kane rivalry begins, Edgar Maynard 2-3, Strikeforce fighters begin to move over at UFC 139, Tough 14, maybe even worth mentioning some cracking talent and fights on there, definitely a Brit. Whilst, yeah, 2016 would have been undoubtedly bigger and more lucrative for you. Which year did you prefer covering? When you was still a whippersnapper or when you was more informed on how the sausage was made? Cheers, Joe. What a great question. 2011 is a favorite of mine. In fact, when we do those look back episodes at classic interviews, a lot of them come from 2011. 2010, 2011 was a tremendous time covering the sport for myself. Tremendous. I really, really enjoyed that time. 2016, though, from a business standpoint, was gigantic. It was just like, 5 pay-per-views had over 1 million buys. You know how insane that is? 5.
Those events were crazy to cover as well.
Oh, my
God. Amazing.
Oh, my God. It was so much fun. Ronda's, last fight, UFC 200, Conor's rise, the MSG show. I mean, everything. Best fight of the year was on the second day. Some bad news we got this morning. Paul Hughes is out of the PFL Belfast card, Pete. This is bad news.
Devastated.
And they're sticking with the card. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, I mean, very, very tough injury that Paul is after getting, and he's devastated. He's nearly inconsolable. I heard from him earlier on today, and it's very significant surgery he has to have as well. He's disclosed that it's a knee injury. I don't want to say anything more about that, but it is quite a significant surgery he's going to have. And obviously, a Belfast card with Paul on it, he is the guy who's driving interest. He is one of the big stars on this island in terms of combat sports. He is one of the most talked about fighters on the island, without a doubt, ever since those fights with Usman Nurmagomedov. I think PFL are right to stick with it. They've just signed Rhys McKee, who's a great name from Ballymena, just a short jaunt from Belfast. Derek Kelly's now the main event, an undefeated fighter fighting out of Donegal, and he's been waiting for an opportunity to really show us what he's all about, and JJ Wilson will give him that opportunity. He's from the north of the country too, so I'm sure he's going to sell a lot of tickets. Kieran Clark is on the card. He's been a brilliant ticket seller for Bellator. I'm sure that will extend to this event too. Caelan Loughran versus Alan Philpott is an all-Irish affair. Both have big fan bases. So, look, it was a tough card already because it was on the Thursday and because the main event was going to happen beyond midnight. You take Paul out of that and things become a lot harder. There's no doubt about that. But I think they've made the right decision to stick with it. I don't think you're going to see the same numbers we saw for Paul's debut in Belfast for PFL. But I still think it's a strong card. There's enough Irish talent to still compel a lot of people to go. The date was always going to be tough, and obviously this makes it tougher. But obviously my main concern is with Paul, and I wish him a speedy recovery. He is one of the bright lights of combat sports on this island, someone we're all very excited about, as I'm sure you know. So, devastating news for everybody.
I will say one of my favorite people that I've ever met, and his family is wonderful as well. And you can see the video; it's up on his social media. You can see just how heartbroken he was. Like his voice was cracking. Hard to listen to because he's had to battle injuries and stuff like that. He's had bad luck, but it's all been great lately for him. He's really come into his own. It's been a great marriage with the PFL. So I know how much those Belfast cards mean to him, and just how much he loves to fly the flag and fight for his people. So I do feel awful. It's nice that they're keeping the card, and having someone like Rhys McKee join the stable is a nice little bonus there. So wish him the best, and hopefully he'll be back in no time. What's happening?
Ariel, before you do that one, let me just jump in here. I've got an appointment at the spa downstairs, so I'm going to get out of here.
Okay.
But before I do, I did see an early super chat here. I saw an early super chat here from Debo. So when is the Muckleshoot BITB meet and greet? Listen here, Debo, this is what we're going to do. So we're gonna have a live episode of BITB tomorrow, same time as usual, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. After that is concluded, at the end of BITB, so let's call it around 1 o'clock local time, Pacific, we're going to be at the sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hanging.
And so come through, hang with us.
A little March Madness.
We will be here.
A little March Madness.
No, we're going to be watching.
Let's actually call it 12:45 local time because that's when the kickoff is of Ireland national team qualifier. That's what we'll be watching, as well as some March Madness.
Thank you, lads.
Evening. But yeah, of course, Pizza we support. Also, Rick, the lighting is just horrific.
Yeah,
it's killing me.
No. I mean,
it looks like you're a vampire emerging from the darkness. Honestly, this is what it looks like. It looks like your skin could melt.
I just got a bang on the door from housekeeping.
You did?
Yeah, to get
that's
reports of a vampire.
They're taking us to the spa appointment. That's our ride.
Must be nice, boys.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Enjoy, boys. We'll talk to you later. There they are, the Muckleshoot boys. PT, don't leave me just yet. We still have a few more questions to answer.
Spa fucking shit to go to. You know?
I sort of need your moral support here as we gear up for 2 o'clock, the big reunion with Colby Covington.
Yeah, can I ask, right? I was interested.
Sure.
When you said at the start that REF was sorted out and all.
Yeah.
So there's been no communication between
Zero.
you and Colby.
No text.
No idea
Zero.
how this is going to go.
The last text that was sent was me to him in, I think, 2021 being like, so I guess like we don't talk anymore. Is that it? All right. That's it.
I'm so excited for this initial.
This is going to be something. I'm still wondering if he's going to show up, but I guess we'll find out in 10 minutes. For now, though, Dave says, please, PT, blind rank these Canadian people. He didn't ask GC, so I'm not changing it. The Weeknd.
5. Got lost at the Super Bowl that halftime show. Come on.
Tate McRae.
4.
Seth Rogen.
2.
Nice.
Chris Jericho.
3.
I feel like you're just sort of mailing this in, if I'm being honest.
He definitely is.
Who's
Come
number
on.
Rachel McAdams.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me Helwani for number 1. Fuck's sake. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know any of those people apart from Jericho, honestly.
Mikey Z says, hey, Ariel, on March 1st, 2026, there was a shooting in Austin, Texas that was reported to be a act of terrorism linked to the war in Iran. One of the victims, he did that, by the way. He put it in quotations. One of the victims was a young MMA fighter named Trap Jorge Peterson. He was a local Minnesota amateur who was set to make his pro debut later this month. If you look on his IG, he had quite the personality, and I can only imagine the conversation you would have had with a character like him. Just wanted to give him a shout out on your platform and let you know about him. R.I.P. Trap Jorge. Awful to hear that, and thank you for calling attention to Jorge, and may he rest in peace. That is awful. Irish Lad. Hey, Ariel and crew. Okay, PT, it's you and me here. Are you taking the over-under on these? UFC fighters to sign with Eddie Hearn this year, 2.5. You're taking over, huh?
I don't think he knows how it works still.
Yeah. Is it going to be more than 2.5?
No, so we're up more than 2.5.
So 3.
He has 1.
Yeah.
So will there be 2 more?
Yeah.
Yes.
Frank, what? Why are you insulting the guy?
I mean, look at him. He looks.
Look at him. What is that supposed to say?
Looks like a deer in headlights.
Wow.
Or like a Rick in front of a window in Seattle.
Okay. UFC.
I mean, you just worry about getting us to sound, yeah? You fucked it up earlier. Just worry about, I need to hear the shit, okay? Thank you.
UFC stars to fight out their contract this year and try the free market, 1.5.
Well, I mean, like
when he says
that
stars.
happens loads of times.
Stars, like, you know.
Stars.
They
don't make that easy. They don't make it very fucking
top 15
easy,
pound for pound. Top 15 pound for pound. I'll go with the under.
Yeah, under, absolutely. They're locked down for life.
A-list boxers to sign with Zuffa Boxing in the remainder of the year, 2.5.
I'd say over.
There's reports of Edgar Berlanga. There's been some talk of Shakur Stevenson that they would qualify. Conor Benn. I know there's.
What's the talk of Bam as well?
Excuse me?
Was it Bam Rodriguez we were talking about?
Oh, Bam, yes.
What did you think I said?
I don't know. I didn't know what you said. I don't know what you said. Yes, they have. Oh, they actually offered him a contract, but then Matchroom matched it. So, UFC champions to publicly air grievances about fighter pay this year, 1.5. I'll definitely take the over. Yeah. And finally, what are the chances of getting a credentialed, uncrowned reporter at the UFC press conferences asking the hard questions? I think GC is the man for the role. I'm pretty sure Drake Riggs is at UFC Seattle, by the way. So
he'll do it. He's done it already.
Yeah, so just wait a couple days. All right. Sorry, there's a couple long ones here, and we're a little bit pressed for time. Oh, this is a great one. Marc-Antoine. Hello from Quebec, Canada. Pizzi, please blind rank these 5 Beatles albums.
Is this for me, or is this
I swear, go to arielhelwani.substack.com, Marc-Antoine. Pizzi,
I actually am a subscriber. Am a subscriber.
Rubber Soul.
I love Rubber Soul, too.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
It's actually really hard. They have a lot of good albums. 3.
Revolver.
Shit.
Frank is, by the way, Frank is dying to weigh in here. He's like, it's killing him that I didn't ask him his opinion on these.
I have one. I have a favorite. So
Abbey Road.
Say that. Oh, it's a great album as well. This is horrible. I fucked this up so much. 5.
White Album.
1. Yeah, 1. Happiness is a Warm Gun. Come on.
Oh, this is right up.
Bang, bang, shoot, shoot.
For me, Abbey Road and Revolver. This is what Marc-Antoine is saying.
Fair enough.
Keep on switching is the number 1. Also, Frank, wait for it.
What's up?
If you like weird stuff, give a listen to the Quebec duo called Angine de Poitrine.
Angine de Poitrine.
There it is. Keep up the great work, lads. Is this the same guy that asked you about it last week?
I don't know if it's the same guy, but it's the same group. Yeah.
I know that, obviously.
Well, I mean.
Okay, this is a great question here. I'm going to pose this question to Frank, actually.
Okay.
Payne says, Would you rather go fishing with Pizzi, go to a pub in London with GC, or go to a soccer match with New York Rick?
Go fishing with Pizzi.
You'd have to teach me how to fish.
I mean, it's the blind leading
For the vibes?
For the vibes, yeah.
Few fatty boom bodies would be fine, Frank.
Jesus.
I've actually gotten this question a bunch recently, so great time. Jamal 2020 says, I'm offended. On Monday, I paid for a super chat and you guys didn't even read it. Ariel said, yeah, put the balls in while GC was making a rep. As I said, you guys need to make that into a drop. Do you agree? Frank, a lot of people have been accusing you lately of not reading all the super chats. What's going on?
I am not the decider of what gets read and what
Color me surprised.
Wait a second. Who is the decider?
It's a communal effort usually.
Wow.
But
So there have been some that you have said, no, not today?
Me, personally, no. No, I
But
read
other
what's
people.
in front of me. Yeah.
All right. Well, there you have it, guys. Stevie B. Hi, Ariel. Is there any chance of getting Chris Eubanks Sr. back on the show at any point? Your interviews with him were among some of my favorites you've done. Me too. I don't have a direct line to him, but I would love, if he's out there, Senior.
I'll give him a show.
Oh, okay. Please. I would love to have him on. Bonus points if you ever managed to get Mama Woodley on. I almost got her on many moons ago, and then there was a late cancellation. So, yeah, we love the parents here. Here's YFG94. Hey, fellas, I've been a diehard YouTube viewer of the show, watched every minute of it since 2022, mainly due to the fact that I could listen/watch while I'm working on my graveyard shift job. Next week, I'll be starting a new job, not on the graves anymore, where I won't have that pleasure anymore. So thank you for all the nights y'all kept me entertained. I'll do my best to watch every minute of the show. GC is a fan of Mexican food. You need to try quesadilla. So with that, which is more likely to happen first, UFC versus PFL card or fighters banding together and finally creating a union to eventually get paid what they deserve? I mean, golly.
Come on, mate.
Is there like a option C, none of the above?
Forced to pick one. What you think? I'd say fighters probably banding together, but I think both are pretty much impossible.
Yeah, I agree. John Jr. says, why do we not publish the full On the Nose segments on YouTube? I mean, it's right there, and on the live tab, it's right there. We break out, some of the more pertinent newsy parts, and then if you want to watch the whole thing, just go to the live thing. Go to the live tab, full show. It's right there, and we have those little not chapters. What do you got? I always call them chapters. They're bookmarks. No, bookmarks. What is it called, Frank? What is it called when you put in the things?
Timestamps?
Timestamps. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Ariel, great to see so much love for Chanel in the last few shows. Been following her since her amateur fights and met her working on the MMA doc, The Good Fight Club, following her previous MMA team. She features heavily if you want to learn more about her from a few years ago. Has Pizzi seen this doc?
I have not seen the documentary, and I've actually never interviewed Chanel. I've covered her for a very long time. I thought that interview was brilliant. I didn't know that about her nickname either. That was incredible. What a story.
Yeah.
I got the same feeling that you did, Ariel, just like what a positive ray of light she is in this sport. And we need a bit of that. And she is definitely supplying that in handfuls for us.
Oh my God. The enthusiasm, she's so sweet, like how excited she is about her career.
She fights so viciously.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like she is such a killer with striking. I think she just looks so gifted, like her striking is phenomenal and so young, 24. I think she's a future champ for sure. I've been saying it for a long time. When she got that PFL contract, I was surprised you didn't ask John Martin about that. Like I always felt, and it made sense when she said to you, like, I was a strawweight, that's why I wanted to move. But I felt as though you had Dakota, and then you have someone very like Dakota, serves the same market.
They just don't. They don't have the weight class. They don't have strawweight.
Yeah.
So,
but she went through all the European flyweights anyway.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, basically, you're telling me my interview was shit. All right.
That's not what I said. I said the exact opposite of that. All right.
I did want to say, as we're talking about things that are like warming our souls, my favorite thing in combat sports right now, can I tell you what my favorite thing in combat sports is right now? It is the relationship between Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua. Have you seen these clips of Anthony Joshua over in Ukraine with Usyk? And
with the war hero?
Everything. I mean, at the gym, on the treadmill, I think we have some of them. We could play them. Like, this is Usyk who beat him twice, who after the second time he beat him, AJ seemingly has a bit of a breakdown, throws the belts out of the ring, is crying and all this stuff. And to see them together after this dark time in AJ's life, it feels Usyk's being a big bro. Usyk's looking out for him. He's bringing him to a place that it seems like, AJ has suffered through the worst tragedy, two of his best friends, and he's showing him what his country has gone through. And it seems like AJ is coming there with an open heart, an open soul, and there's just something so beautiful about this partnership, about this friendship. Really it's like for AJ to go through that hell, and now to go to a place that has been through hell, led by, the most famous guy right now, the most famous sportsman to hail from that country, who's such a proud Ukrainian, and he's showing him, and they're meeting soldiers and stuff like that. And it feels like Usyk's really putting his arm around him and saying, like, it's going to be okay. I'm here for you. We're going to get through this. And, I'm going to prepare you for a potential Tyson Fury fight. Like, there's just something just like different circumstances, but like Merab and Ilya back in January. Do you remember when it felt like Merab was there for Ilya during his dark period? This is what it is, but at times 100, because he had just been through this death. There's just something amazing. Every time I see those clips, I'm like, Usyk just seems like a beautiful soul, and AJ I think the world of, and it's just lovely to see.
You can see a lot of trust between them too, I feel. Like, with around each other. Like they seem to have a really great relationship, and these are like two kings of the world. You know what I mean? Like these guys, heavyweight champions of the world, both of them. It's incredible, and I think in a way, like both of them have to show some kind of humility for this to happen as well. So I think it's a great testament to both their characters.
I love it. I have the utmost respect for Usyk, for AJ. I can't imagine what he's going through. It's great to see him out there hitting the heavy bag and doing all that stuff.
Seems happy. Yeah, seems in a good place.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to more questions, perhaps back into the show. But like I said, it is a super stacked episode of the program. Thank you so much, Pizzi. Appreciate everyone. We got through how many? How many did we get through there? 20?
24.
24 is not bad. Kobe Bryant's number, not bad. Last week we got to like 40, but I think we went a little bit longer. So I'll try to get to some on the back end, I promise. Still to come, Oscar De La Hoya is going to be joining us at 4 o'clock. Muhammad Mokaev, Salahdine Parnasse, Dalton Rosta is going to be joining us. He's fighting this Saturday, March 28th. But our first guest of the day is here, and they tell me he's here, and I need to see it to believe it. It has been 6 long years since I spoke to this man, and he is in fact here. My old friend Colby Covington on the program. I'm not sure if hell has frozen over. I'm not sure what happened, or perhaps Chad Bronstein is the true dream maker in all of this, because you're competing for him at RAF 7, and it has been a hell of a long time since we last spoke. I'm delighted to see you, Colby. Welcome back to the show. It's great to see you. How are you?
Thanks, Ariel. I appreciate it, man. It's good to talk to you again. Long overdue, and I'm doing great. How you doing? How's the family?
Everyone's doing great. I appreciate that. Could I ask, where have you been, man? Where have you been? What happened to us, Colby? We had a great thing. What happened?
Yeah, I've been all over the place. Nothing happened. We're all good. Nothing but love and respect from my end. You know that. But I've been a busy man. You've been a busy man. So our schedules haven't met, but they've met here now, thanks to the great powers of Chad Bronstein and all he's done for RAF and Real American Beer. So I'm excited to chat with you again today.
All right.
Lots to discuss.
A lot to discuss, absolutely. And so welcome back to the show. I'm excited to have you. I'm excited to talk about it all. I will ask you first and foremost about RAF and your match this weekend against Dillon Danis. You've been out there doing a lot of promotion. There it is. It's going down March 28th, Fox Nation, 8 p.m. Eastern, Tampa, Florida. And I've seen you out there doing, the media rounds. I don't see a lot from Dillon. And so I'm just wondering, given his history, is there any part of you that is worried about him not showing up on Saturday?
Yeah, definitely. There's a big part of me that's worried that he's not going to show up. And I've talked to Chad Bronstein about it, and I've said, hey, if he doesn't show up, do you have any contingencies in place? Do you have anything set in case of a backup plan? So he's assured me, Chad said that he's going to be there for sure. So, I respect Dillon for wanting to step into my arena. I'm willing to step into his arena next if he wants to. Obviously, he's not allowed, to ever go to a UFC event. So this fight could never happen in the UFC. It could only happen in the RAF mats. So I'm thankful for that. Luckily I didn't have to fight 27 Dagestanis to get kicked out of the UFC. But so he's got the strength of a lot of men right now. It's going to be a tough fight on Saturday night.
And when you say that you're willing to go in his world, you mean the world of jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, the world of jiu-jitsu. If he wants to do a jiu-jitsu match after this, I'm willing to go wherever he wants to go. I appreciate him. Hopefully, coming to lace up the wrestling shoes this weekend in Tampa, Florida at the Yingling Center for RAF 7. But if he's willing to come out and do this, then yeah, I'll give him his wish to do it in grappling.
I did see we posted a thing about this match on Uncrowned on our Instagram, and he did write a comment saying that he's going to expose you on Friday at the pre-match press conference. What is he talking about? Do you have any idea?
No, I have no idea. There's nothing to expose. What you see is what you get with Colby Covington. I'm a man of integrity. I'm a man of America. I'm a man of principles and values. So whatever he wants to come at me with, I'll hit him back 10 times 10. So, I have nothing to hide. There's no skeletons in my closet. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, and I just love my country, and I love to fight, and I love to wrestle. So that's what I'm going to do on Saturday night for RAF.
Okay, so it's really interesting that you say that, Colby, because obviously I've seen all your interviews lately, and we'll get to the UFC stuff in a moment, but the sentiment that I am getting from the fans, including right now on the chat, is this the real Colby? And they seem to like this version of Colby as opposed to whatever version, if we want to call it that we've seen from you over the past 6 years. Is this the real Colby? Is this Colby that I'm talking to right now different than the Colby of the last 6 years? It seems like your tone is a little bit different. You've said some different stuff that we haven't expected from you. Are we now seeing a new and improved or different side of you?
No, it's still the same Colby, Ariel. Obviously as we get older, we grow and we mature. And I've definitely matured through the years. And, I understand now that, that sometimes you got to bite your tongue on some things and not just go full out and, speak with your emotions. You need to speak with logic, with truth, with facts. So, I'm just being myself. In the past, I was just unapologetic, and I wasn't afraid to take the road less traveled. So even if it was going to lose me some friends or get me upset with the bosses that be, but I'm just me. I'm not being any different than I've ever been. Maybe I'm just a little bit mature in age now.
Do you have regrets? Given that, and I appreciate and respect that, do you have any regrets about things you did or said over the last 6-7 years?
No, absolutely not. Because if I had regrets, I wouldn't be who I am today. I feel like every decision I've made in my life, every interaction that's happened in my life has defined my character. It's created who I am today. So, I'm just trying to be the best person I am today. I don't want to look in my past and dwell on something and be like, hey, you did this wrong, but maybe I wouldn't be here talking to you today if these things wouldn't happen. So, I believe that everything happens for a reason. I have faith, and, I don't regret anything.
As I think there was once a time that I worked at ESPN, and I was a big championer of your cause, so to speak. They would tell me I can't have Colby Covington on my show live, and I would say absolutely not. They would tell me you couldn't wear the MAGA hat. I would say absolutely not. He has to wear whatever he wants to wear. We did a video of you meeting the troops, Fleet Week. I believed in what you were trying to do, and I understood where you were coming from. I know we haven't talked in a while, but I think that I come from a sincere place when I say this. If I can push back on one thing, I think that the Leon Edwards thing was the one time where you went over the line. If we could pick one time, do you have regret for saying what you said about Leon's father?
No, I don't have regrets. You see even President Trump, bad people, when they do bad things, we're not going to put pity and we're not going to feel sorry for bad people. He wasn't a good person. He definitely affected a lot of people's lives, Ariel. But I'm not going to talk about him. That's something in the past. But, it's not like he was a saint. He wasn't a good person. And, I don't feel bad for what I said. Obviously, I got caught in the heat of the moment. I'm trying to sell pay-per-views. UFC was putting a lot of pressure to me at that time. Hey, we need you to sell pay-per-views. We need you to be an entertainer. We need you to do this. We need you to do that. So I felt like I had to step up and I had to do something to make a big boom that was going to sell a lot of pay-per-views. So, maybe, I don't regret that, though, for sure. It's not like he was a good person, but it is what it is. That's life. No, the thing is there's only one perfect person, and that's the man above. So, I'm not perfect. We've all said things in our past that we probably wish we could take back, but I don't wish I could take it back. I just wish that, I could learn from it. And I did learn from it, Ariel. And I feel like I'm a better person now because of it. And, something like that is never going to happen again. There's just no reason to go there.
Okay, fair enough. And so considering all of that, you say that, you were trying to sell pay-per-views, be the company guy, be the guy for the UFC. And I've seen your interviews as of late, Submission Radio, MMA Junkie this week. And correct me if I'm wrong with this assessment, you seem quite frustrated. You seem quite upset with not getting fights, not getting on the White House card. You mentioned to Submission Radio that you think Hunter Campbell doesn't like you and he's kind of put you on ice after you took a fight against Joaquin Buckley on short notice in December of 2024. Can you tell the audience how you feel about your relationship with the UFC and your spot in the UFC right now, considering all of this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my relationship with the UFC is always going to be good in my book because they've changed my life, Ariel. They've made me, a self-made multimillionaire. I came from nothing. I came from a blue-collar family that had absolutely nothing in Oregon. Now I can, take care of my parents' houses, take care of their cars, and do things that never would have been possible without the UFC. So, I'm always going to be grateful for the UFC. What I spoke out the other day was just, a little frustration. I thought that, I would have been rewarded with the White House fight. I said, hey, Hunter, I'll fight anybody on God's green earth. You want to put me against John Jones at heavyweight? Let's do it. It sells. We're former roommates, so let's do it. But, he had other plans. He didn't have any plans for me on the White House. He said the fight card was booked and there was no availability. There was only a few slots open and they were all booked. So, I was a little frustrated. I spoke out of emotions and I'm mad at myself because of that. But, I love the UFC. The relationship's always going to be good. I have a meeting with them in a couple of weeks. Maybe you can bridge the gap. You want to go to the meeting with me, Ariel?
I think that could help. I think I could help bridge the gap. So. Yes.
Yeah. I think if you sat down next to me, you represent me, and we just talk to Hunter. We have a good talk in Miami when they come to the Miami show in a couple of weeks. I think we can get this all resolved.
I would love that. I would love nothing more. I think that would be tremendous theater. I'm not sure how much it would help you in the end, so I don't want to screw you. But I will say your tone is very different than just a couple of days ago. I don't know when that interview was shot, but you seemed enraged. You seemed very mad. And I understood where you were coming from. You were the first guy to bring that belt to the White House. You've been talking about Donald Trump. You seem to be a shoo-in for this card. And so your omission seemed very noticeable.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the emotions and that frustration was coming from people outside of me. It wasn't really me. I didn't really care. I was like, you know what? I wanted it. I cared. Obviously, I cared. I wanted to be on that White House card. It means everything to fight, in front of all the politicians in D.C., in front of, the greatest living president we've ever had, Donald Trump. But I was like, you know what? I've been to the White House. I delivered the belt to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I went in the Oval Office. I toured the White House. I was there on election night. President Trump invited me to the White House on election night countless times, twice. And I enjoyed those experiences. So it's different for me. I don't need to go to the White House again. I know I can get those invites to go anyways, but I don't need to go fight there. I could fight anywhere in the world. But it was my friends, and honestly, it was my parents. My parents were coming to me. They were so mad. They were like, Colby, oh my gosh. They were screaming, cussing, F the UFC. I can't believe they did this to you. You were so loyal to them. You took a fight on your last fight with Buckley, and you didn't even train. You were on the campaign trail for 6 months. You were all in about America, Trump, and then they don't give you this honor. The least they could do is give you this fight. You did them a favor on short notice last time. And that's what got to me, Ariel. It's just I didn't speak from my heart. I let other people's emotions affect how I was talking, and I regret that. If there's any regrets, maybe I regret that I spoke from other people's emotions. But, you're right. There's a new tone now. And, I look at my life today and I'm like, dude, I'm sitting in an R8 right now. I have a beautiful life. I got a great match in RAF this weekend, in Tampa, Florida, Yingling Center. I got great friends, great support. What is there to complain about?
That is fair. That's 100% fair. I will ask, though, Bo Nickel was on the show, and he said you were offered a match against him, a fight against him at the White House. Is this inaccurate? Based on what you experienced, were you ever offered a fight against Bo Nickel? Here's the tweet. He said it to me as well. What happened?
Yeah, that's 100% fake news, Ariel. We could call Hunter Campbell right now. I'll put him on the phone right now. He never offered me Bo for the White House. I said I'd fight any man. I'd fight Bo. We can go any weight class. I asked him, if I fight Bo, is this going to be on the White House? No, we only got limited spots. This is exact words from Hunter. I said, okay, well, if you only have limited spots and I can't fight Bo on the White House, I'm fighting at my normal weight class, Ariel. I'm going to fight at 170 because I only walk around at 185, 190. Why would I fight at middleweight against some nobody who's never even been in a main event in his life, who's a little privileged fucking asshole who just acts like the world owes him everything when he hasn't earned anything? So no, the fight was never offered for the White House. They talked about, oh, maybe we could do the fight afterwards later in the year. I'm like, no, I'm not entertaining this fight unless we're at 170 because that's my weight class. I've been 170 my whole career, never missed weight, ultimate professional, ultimate company man. So I told Hunter, if I'm fighting if I get an actual camp, unlike the last one, because they called me on a week and a half's notice, if I get a full training camp, 8 to 12 weeks, I'm fighting at 170. That's my natural weight. I walk around 185, 190. So the fight was never presented for the White House at 85. I would have fought him. I would have fought the Hulk. On short notice at the White House. It didn't matter. I just wanted that opportunity, but the opportunity was never presented with Bo at the White House.
Okay. And so as of right now, you're not interested in that fight. If it's at 185 or anything like that, you're not looking at that.
I mean, it's an easy fight. He's not a fighter. He's a competitor, Ariel. He doesn't know how to fight. He gets hit in the body and he quits. He's not a real fighter. He's a competitor. He's a wrestler. He's not a fighter. So I would love that fight, but at my weight class, I'm 170, especially because, Ariel, if we're going to do it, let's put some stakes on the line. Your boy loves to play high stakes everything. So if we're going to put a fight up with me and Bo, let's put some stakes. Let's do it for something that actually matters. I'm actually ranked. I'm ranked at welterweight. So if he wants to come down to welterweight, we can make a prestigious fight. We can get it going. No problem. I'll punch that little stupid ginger bull cut out of the way and end his hype for good.
Okay, this is the old Colby coming back. I like this. Now we're revving it up a little bit. By the way, what do you say to people who say you should not be ranked anymore?
I tell them, like, you're not even the best hot dog flipper in your family. How are you going to talk about one of the greatest fighters of all time?
But because of the inactivity, because of the last time you want to fight, is there a case to be made? Do you think it's unfair? Like, for example, Shavkat, I believe, was removed from the rankings, and he's been a little bit more active. I know he hasn't fought since December of 2024, but he won that fight against Ian Gary. What do you say to that?
I think what I say to that, Ariel, is like, I don't need a number next to my name to get me across the fans. I already identify with mainstream, with hardcore fans, with everybody out there. Like, people follow me that don't even follow UFC. They just follow me because I love America and I support President Trump. So I don't need a number next to my name to be relevant, Ariel. All these other guys, they need the numbers. So I don't really care. They could take the number from me. That's not going to change anything. It's not going to change my history. It's not going to change my legacy, what I've done for the sport, and what I'll continue to do for RAF in the future. So honestly, I don't really care about the number. It makes no difference to me. My belt's just as shiny at home when I see it every night when I come home after a hard day of training. So, my name speaks for itself. That's bigger than any ranking.
When you meet with the UFC brass in Miami in a few weeks, if they ask you, like, what do you want, Colby? What will make you happy? What will you say to them? What is it that you want?
Just high-level, entertaining fights, something that moves the needle, something that is worth something, that makes me want to get up early in the morning, a high-level fight, someone that's got a big name, someone that is going to bring eyes and attention around the fight. I don't want to fight nobodies that have done nothing in this career, never been in the main event. Ariel, we've been main eventing, like you said, for 6, 7, 8 years straight. We've been, the top guy at welterweight selling this division for, 8 years plus. So I just want meaningful fights that add to my legacy, because if it doesn't add to my legacy, then what's the point? Am I just going to fight for money now? It's not about money to me. I got in this sport like every wrestler does because you do it for the glory. You don't do it for the money. So, unless it's a high level, entertaining, big name fight, then, I'm just going to put my all into RAF. This is my focus. I'm still young and in my prime, 38 years young, took good care of my body. So, I know I still have 4 or 5 hard competitive years in me. So if UFC can't use me, then, I'm glad that RAF and Chad Bronstein can, because, I'm going to give them my best, and, I'm going to make sure I sell this company to the moon.
We have seen some, unrest among some top stars. If it comes to the point where they're not offering you anything that you like or not keeping you active, will you ask for your release?
Oh man, that's a tough question. You put me on the spot. Well, as for my release, I mean, I think if they're just cool with who I wrestle in RAF and just let me do my thing, then no, I won't ask for my release because I'll be happy with everything I've been able to do and the life I've been able to create through the UFC. You know, I still want to have a good relationship with the UFC. I still love the UFC and everything they've done for me, and I want to help be a part. I know they probably don't want my help in any way, shape, or form, which is cool. You know, it doesn't hurt my feelings. But
why do you feel that way? Why do you feel they don't like you and Hunter in particular?
I've always known it because honestly, Ariel, they've never promoted me. They've never went like out of their way. And then also whenever they ever have those like little fan expos or like meet and greets for the fighters where they pay them like 10, 20 grand, I've never been invited to one in like 6, 7 years, you know? So I know what it is. I know where my place stands, but I know I'm also good for business, and I sell tickets, I put asses in seats and sell pay-per-views. So, you know, I know the star that I am and the revenue that I generate for this company.
So when you see some of these other, like John Jones, right, your old friend asking for his release and whatnot, is there any part of you that is like, oh, I should do that too, or you're not willing to go down that path right now? You want to be in the UFC, you just want to have a good working relationship and be offered fights, because you did say you haven't been offered a fight, and contractually you're supposed to be offered 3 a year.
Yeah, I want to be treated fairly, and I want to be treated like I am. Are we not all independent contractors? I just feel like they've been treating me, Ariel, like an employee. You know, I want to wrestle against everybody RAF has to offer. You know, I want to wrestle against Sarukian. You know, that's a guy I used to beat up on all the time at ATT. You know, he was a little understudy to me, who he used to come train just because he wanted to get beat up by me in the gym. So that's someone who I kind of want to expose to the world and beat his ass on the RAF mats. But, you know, the UFC is blocking that right now. They said no active UFC fighters are allowed to go against each other. So I just feel like that's a little unfair. You know, I want to be treated like an independent contractor. If I want to go paint this person's house, let me go paint this person's house too. Don't restrict me and tell me whose house I can't paint. So I just want to earn, make money, do good business, Ariel, and be a good person, because that's how we'll be judged at the end of this.
I've heard that too, and that's a bummer, obviously, because I saw the tweet from Khamzat saying he wanted to wrestle you in RAF. And so does that mean no chance, like that can't even be explored?
I think it can be explored. We're trying to find ways. I really want to go up against Cumshot. You know, I wanted to fight him obviously a couple years ago, but now he's in a different weight class, and you know, time's passed. So I would love to wrestle against Cumshot in RAF. I think it'd be a highly entertaining match. The press conference would be fire, and you know, I think we could give the fans a real treat for freestyle wrestling. So I think it could be explored. I'm going to figure out some ways. I'm going to talk to Hunter, obviously, in Miami in a couple weeks. And, you know, if they can't bring meaningful fights to me, then they need to let me have meaningful wrestling matches in RAF.
One that potentially could be explored and would be massive for RAF is you versus George St. Pierre. How real are these talks? I've heard you mention his name, mention interest and whatnot, but George has kind of stayed out of competition. He's kind of said like he's done and he doesn't really want to do this sort of thing. Is there any sort of activity, any sort of momentum into making this?
Yeah, there was definitely a little traction, a little momentum. You know, after I said that, you know, he was ironically in the wrestling room with his wrestling coach, putting up pictures like on social media that he was back wrestling with his coach. So I think he's, you know, he's feeling how his body feels, you know, and he's seeing, you know, how his body recovers and how he performs in training. And I think he's entertaining it. You know, I think it's a high level matchup. He's the greatest of all time in the welterweight division in UFC. He's number one all time on the takedown list for UFC. I'm number two. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Number one versus number two all time on the welterweight takedown list. I think it could be an entertaining, explosive show for the fans. And everybody wants to see GSP, myself included. You know, we want to see GSP. We feel like we've been robbed of, you know, some GSP matches and just his, you know, entertaining aura that he brings every time he comes to the arena. So it's definitely real. I know that, you know, Chad Bronstein's had some talks with GSP, so I'm hoping I can lure him out after Tampa or maybe sometime this summer, but it's definitely a possibility, but it's all up in Georgia's quarter, obviously.
You said that you're happy competing for RAF, for flying, you know, their flag and all that stuff, but do you make as much competing for RAF as you do in the UFC?
No, definitely nowhere near that level. But you know, it's still significant money that's life-changing money for me. That you know, it does great things for me. So I'm very thankful that this league came around, because Ariel, if they had this league when I was in high school and college, I would have never went to the UFC. I would have just went right into Real American Freestyle, but there was no league like this. So it was like you either become a professional athlete with the UFC or you go get a basic job. So I took, the other route, to go down the UFC route and, put my life and my body on the line for the potential of, earning a good financial future. So, no, it doesn't compare, but, it's growing and, they got a good venture capital firm behind them. They got Fox News Nation, which is huge. Shout out to Fox Nation. We appreciate you guys putting us on your platforms. Being on the Fox network is huge for the development of the league and the growth of the league. And I think one day you will see the same paydays as in RAF as UFC.
Could I ask, how many fights do you have left with the UFC?
Honestly, I know I have a couple. I'm not sure the exact number. I think it's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 maybe.
Okay. Are you motivated to fight out your deal and see what's out there for Colby Covington? It's an interesting time right now. Netflix getting into the game potentially, PFL doing their thing. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I want to stay active. I'm healthy now. My full focus again is on training. Last year, it was all about the election and trying to take back America and doing everything I could to amplify my message and my voice to the MAGA movement. But now it's back on, being selfish in my training, and day-to-day discipline and putting in the hard work. So I would like to fight it out and see what the market has to offer for me.
You said recently, I want to read you a quote that's been passed around, everywhere, and I wanted to maybe ask you to clarify if needed. I love Trump. He's a great guy. In the future, you won't see me actively involved in politics. I think it's a dirty game. Loyalty is never rewarded. And people took that as you were perhaps mad at Trump or the White House or his staff, and you feel like you're not going to do the MAGA stuff and put it out there and fly that flag. Is that what you were referring to? Perhaps because you were upset you weren't on the card?
No, it has nothing to do with that. I'm not upset with Trump in any way, shape, or form. I'm not upset with anybody at the White House. I love everybody there. I have a lot of friends, in the administration. I'm going to go visit them. RAF has RAF 8 coming to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania here in April 18th. And I'll go up to D.C. and, I'll do a little tour of the White House, the West Wing. So it has nothing to do with Trump. It's just I love Trump. I love everything he stands for. I love him as a person. I love his family. His family is great people. I was talking to Barron Trump, his youngest son, last night. Might try and get him out to a RAF in the future. But I love Trump. I love what he stands for. But I'm just saying, like, as a whole, the political landscape is just, you see, none of them vote together. They all say they're Republican, but then when a bill comes to pass, they all disagree, and they're all just lobbyists being sold and bought for by, lobbies and rich people. So I don't know. I don't want to sell my soul. I'm not the person that's going to sell my soul. I have, integrity for myself. I have, a lot of pride and values that I stand by, and I'm not going to bend those values just for some money. So when I said that, Ariel, it was just like, I don't want to be involved. Like, my dreams a couple years ago, I want to be a senator. I want to be a governor. I want to be, a future politician. But now I'm just like, no, I just want to be a businessman. I want to sell real American beer. Shout out to Real American Beer and the amazing beer they have. And I want to be the best businessman for Real American Freestyle.
Are you going to attend the event on June 14th?
I just might be attending. Yeah, someone asked me to be their corner. So I might be there in attendance in someone's corner.
Was it Kyle Dawkins?
I don't know. It could have been. Yeah, he's a great kid. And, shout out to Kyle Dawkins. I never wanted to take that opportunity from him. So that's why I wasn't going to be like, why would I take, this great opportunity off his table when, he's worked hard, he's paid his dues in this sport, he deserves it. So, I'm happy for him, and, I'm supporting him all the way against Bozo Nichols.
So there could be a chance that you're in his corner making that walk on the 14th of June.
There could be. I'm not going to play spoiler here today, though.
Okay. Well, I saw him extend the invitation. He even told me on the show that he would like to have you there. So that's why I said him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he told you that. He told you that?
Yeah, man. What, you don't listen to the show anymore? You used to check us out.
I love the show, man. Love what you've done for MMA journalism, giving a spotlight to all the fighters. We always appreciate the platform you've given, but no, I haven't really been paying attention to really any media interviews. Trying to stay away from like the drama, and just focus on peace. Inner peace is everything to me.
Does this mean we're back? Are we back, Colby? That's what the people want to know.
Back, bro. The Step Brothers are back.
We're back. I can't believe it. We're actually back. And a lot of people never thought they'd see this day.
That's true. A lot of people said it was doomed. There was no way to repair it, but lo and behold, here we are.
Perhaps this gives hope to everyone out there with all the war in this world that you can come together, that you can find common ground.
Yes, I love that. That's great. Common ground, man. We don't have to agree on every single thing together, but we can agree to disagree on some things. But I'm not going to berate you for having a different opinion on you. I respect your opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion. You're a man, you're a father, and you're a great Samaritan to this country.
Thank you. Yes, I actually, since we last spoke, I became an American citizen. I want you to know.
No way.
Yes.
Wow, congratulations.
So I can now vote and I could do everything that you do. So a lot has happened in the last 7 years. I'm not going to keep you too long, but I do want to ask you, tell the people there's a lot going on Saturday in the world of combat sports. UFC Seattle, PFL Pittsburgh. There's a big boxing match in Vegas, PBC. Why should people tune in to RAF 7 Saturday? And there's a ton of big fights. Arman Tsarukyan and Giorgio Poulos as well. Wyatt Hendrickson is on there. Look at this lineup right here. Kyle Snyder, Kennedy Blades. If you're a fan of freestyle wrestling, you know a lot of these names. If you're a fan of just MMA, you know a lot of those names up top as well. Look at those guys. Why should people watch on Saturday, Colby?
People should watch RF 7 on Saturday because, it's high action. It's nonstop high action pace. And, Chad Bronstein, the great CEO for Real American Freestyle, he's the greatest matchmaker of all time. He's a visionary. He puts on these high-level matchups that the fans want to see. He listens to the fans, unlike these other promotions. These other promotions don't care about the fans. Chad cares about the fans. He wants to deliver the exciting, biggest and best matchups in the game, and that's what this weekend's going to be. It's going to be high intensity. You got the rematch with Giorgio and Arman. I mean, we saw fisticuffs last time. They were throwing down. I mean, me and Dillon, if he shows up, it's going to be a big high-level match. The press conference is going to be so entertaining, man. We have so much to talk about, so many skeletons to unveil of people's closets. And, but most first and foremost, it's a family-friendly show that you can bring your kids to, and there's not going to be blood, gore, guts. And, we care about, sending a message to the people that freestyle wrestling is here and it's growing. And, thanks to Fox News Nation for putting us on this platform. And thanks to you, Ariel, for having us on the show.
By the way, when you're talking about those other promotions not giving the people what they want, which ones were you referring to?
I wasn't referring to any in
just
particular.
In general. In general.
Just in general,
I got you.
Yeah, in general.
I got you. Well, this was great. Thank you so much for coming on. Good luck this weekend. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the Arman match as well. Welcome back, Colby. Appreciate you very much, and good luck this Saturday.
Thanks, Ariel. I appreciate you having me on. Shout out to everybody at Real American Freestyle and Real American Beer. I'll talk to you soon, Ariel. Have a great day.
Looking forward to it. There he is, Colby Covington, back in our good graces here. Look at this, guys. We're showing everyone that we can come together, that we can mend fences, that we can be pals. In the last month, Frankie, how about this? Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, Colby Covington. Who's next?
You know yourself, man.
Who's next on the list, Frank?
James Tahuno?
No, not him. There's a world tour of peace happening. Who says that I'm...
peace and love.
Yes.
Peace and love.
Thank you, Ringo. Who says that I'm a shit stirrer, huh? Who says that I'm an instigator? This is beautiful. Isn't that lovely, Frank?
I think so. I may have said that at some point.
Yeah.
So I want to apologize because clearly I was wrong.
Yeah, like when you said earlier that you were happy that the guys weren't here and that you felt lighter because they weren't like holding you back. I thought that was wrong.
It was just like a weight was lifted.
Yeah, but I thought that was wrong.
Well, that's because you're the fair and balanced one.
Thank you, Frank. No spin zone over here, Frankie. Still to come, Oscar De La Hoya at 1 o'clock. Then we've got Muhammad Mokaev and Salahdine Parnasse back-to-back. Parnasse first, Mokaev second. They will be competing on that May 16th MVP card. Looking forward to chatting with both of them. But I'm also looking forward to chatting to our next guest. First time that we have him on the program. He's got a massive fight this coming Saturday, another big event this Saturday, this one in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, PFL making its Pittsburgh debut. And as we said earlier, Costelo Vansteena successfully defending his middleweight title on Friday of this past week in Madrid. And then you move along to this Saturday, and there's an unofficial middleweight tournament. We spoke to John Martin, the CEO of PFL, about this yesterday. Main event is Johnny Eblen versus Brian Battle, who recently signed with PFL. And then the co-main is Impa Kasanganay against our guest at this time, Dalton Rosta, who's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about that massive matchup. He's right there. Yes. Hello, Dalton. And I keep screwing this up. Is it Rosta or Rosta? I think it's actually Rosta, and I messed it up. Did I not?
It's Rosta, yeah.
My bad. Well, great to have you here, and appreciate the time very much. Great to have you on for the very first time. Do you view this same sort of way? Like, I know Eblen's the former champ, and I know there's a history there with Costello, but I kind of feel like whoever looks the best out of the four of you is getting that next title shot. Have you been told differently?
I mean, I haven't been told anything, but from the very beginning, I figured, whoever was going to have the best performance was probably going to get the next title shot. I'm coming off tournament finals performance. I lost to Fabian Edwards, obviously. He had the next title shot against Costello. Johnny, obviously the former champion in Bellator, came over to PFL. He lost his title to Costello in the last 10 seconds. So there's reasons for both of us to really have our next shot. We have arguments for both of us, but I think at the end of the day, whoever puts on the best performance is going to seal their shot for the title next.
I agree with that. And what a big spot for you as well. You've got ties to the Pittsburgh region, right? You weren't born in Pittsburgh, but you lived there for a long time, correct?
Yeah, so I was born in Sharon, Pennsylvania, but I grew up in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, which is about like 35 minutes from the venue that we're fighting at.
Wow.
We're actually not in downtown Pittsburgh. We're in Moon Township over near the airport. And we're about like 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh. But I grew up in the area. I have a lot of people turning out for this fight. And from my knowledge, the show is almost sold out.
Wow.
It's not a huge arena. I think it seats close to 5,000, but it's almost sold out. There's like 100 tickets left. So It's probably going to end up being a sellout. And it's the first big event in Pittsburgh since, 8-9 years ago when the UFC was here. And it's PFL's debut here. So, I'm honored to be on the card and honored to help pack the place out. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be a great night of fights. And then obviously the crowd's going to be going crazy. And hopefully they get behind me the way that I think they're going to. And I go out there and put on a good performance.
Do you feel any extra added pressure because you're probably going to have a lot of family, friends? You're the Pittsburgh guy, right? At the top of the bill, you're the guy flying that Pittsburgh flag. Does it feel any different going into this one?
No, honestly, I feel like it takes away a little bit of pressure.
How so?
I'm at home, I kind of, whenever I was an amateur, I fought all of my amateur fights in this area, Pittsburgh, Eastern Ohio, so Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Ohio. And I had a lot of people turn up to my fights back then. A lot of the promoters in the area loved getting me on the card because I used to sell out the shows. So, I'm used to having that type of support here, and the crowd kind of going crazy whenever I come out. So I've been looking forward to something like this since I started fighting with Bellator. I signed with Bellator back in 2019 for my pro debut, and I was with Bellator all the way until PFL acquired Bellator. So I've been looking forward to this opportunity, and people have been asking me, when's PFL or Bellator going to come to Pittsburgh? And I'm like, probably never, honestly. And it ended up working out, and we're here. So I'm looking forward to it.
I understand you had a 9-to-5 job. You're working in Pittsburgh, and that's when you got the call that Bellator was interested in signing you, right? Is that accurate? And what were you doing at the time? Did you have any sort of aspirations to continue? I know you wrestled and boxed when you were younger. Did you have aspirations of having an MMA career?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So when I was a little kid, someone actually sent me a picture of our yearbook whenever we were in like 2nd or 3rd grade. And like I was a big WWE fan and stuff growing up, and I know you are.
Hell yeah.
As well. So in the yearbook, the one year it said that I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. Then the next year it was like I wanted to be a professional football player in NFL. Then the next year it was like I want to be in the UFC or a professional MMA fighter. So it was always like those three things, like I could never make up my mind which one I liked the most. And when I was a kid, obviously I thought pro wrestling, WWE was real, so that's kind of why I feel like that was in the mix of things. but I was always a big fan of all three growing up. And, and then it ended up turning out that this is the route that I went. And to speak on what you're saying about like the 9-to-5 job that I have had before this, I went to Youngstown State. I graduated from there, at least. I was playing football, and I graduated from there with a degree in finance and accounting. And I just started the job at Northwestern Mutual in the UPMC building in downtown Pittsburgh. And I was there for probably not even a month, but throughout college, after I got done playing football, because I still had 2 years left, that's whenever I got back into jiu-jitsu and boxing and started training MMA, and had my first amateur fight in 2017, I think, March of 2017. And I was an amateur until, March of 2019. So in 2 years, whenever I made my pro debut, I had like a total of like 16 fights. I had 7 or 15 fights, 7 or 7 MMA fights and 8 boxing matches in that time period. And while I was like going to college, I was doing that. And then whenever I was working at Northwestern Mutual, it was kind of like, yeah, it was what I got a degree in, but it was kind of me just working just to get by so I could train and eventually become, a professional MMA fighter.
Okay.
And so I was like kind of doing it with the intention of only doing it until I got my pro contract. And I was working just enough to where I could still train 2 times per day.
4.0, right? At Youngstown State.
Not at Youngstown State. In high school, I had a 4.0. At Youngstown State, I had a 3.78, 3.78, somewhere in there. I was
in finance, not too bad.
Yeah. Not bad at all.
Yeah, well done. So you say that's around 2017. Correct me if I'm wrong. Around 2016, is it true you just have like $3 in your bank account as you're struggling and trying to make your way through life and achieve these dreams? Like this is the reality that you were living in?
Yeah, man, it was like that a lot, So I had a job on the weekend as a bouncer. So I would work Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. And sometimes I would work like Sunday, like during the day as a bouncer down in Pittsburgh. So I'd be like these 4-day weekends working. And then I was doing like labor work and electric work during the week, part-time with a company in Newcastle. And I was commuting to school. So it was about 30 minutes from Youngstown State. So I was able to do the work during the week in between classes and in between training sessions. And then on the weekend, most of those like nights whenever I'm bouncing, they're at night, like 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that's how I was like generating my money to pay for the rest of school, my outstanding balance. And then on top of that, like pay for my meals, pay for my gas, pay for my rent, all that. And it was always like I said, my training always came first. So after training, it was like my grades. And then after grades, it was work. So I wanted to work just enough to where I could still make like honor roll and make the dean's list in school, but only study enough to where I still make the dean's list, but then still able to train 2 to 3 times per day. And in order to do that, I had to work a lot less. I worked just enough to get by. And a lot of the time when I was waiting on my paycheck, I'd have a couple dollars in my bank account. And I would go to the gas tank or to the you guys call it petroleum or whatever up there, but I would go to the gas station and I would have 3, 4, sometimes less, sometimes $1 in my bank account. And I would fill up my tank anyways, knowing that I had to get to and from school for the rest of the week, had to get to and from training the rest of the week, and knowing that I would have a negative balance in my bank account. So I would use my debit card. I'd fill it all the way up, $60 in gas. And then I'd have a negative $57 balance. And then I'd be getting overdraft fees like 3 days later, and they would pile up. So then I used my paycheck to pay off those overdraft fees and just get my balance for the week back into the positive. And it was rinse and repeat over and over and over again. This was the last, 2 years of college for me. And then honestly, a little bit after college, whenever I was working at Northwestern Mutual, because I had to drive 45 minutes from Newcastle to Pittsburgh to go to work. And then I still had to drive to Lower Borough to train at the Mat Factory, and then Monaca to train at Armazzani Jiu-Jitsu Academy, and then Youngstown to box, because I was kind of all over the place up here. Before I went to ATT, I was doing everything separately, and I had to drive a lot. So that was the life I lived, even after my first fight with Bellator, because I got paid like $10,000 in my first fight with Bellator. And then I only fought twice that year. So it was in the same situation for the first year with Bellator as well. So, a lot of people, they see everything that goes on during fight night, and they see all the glory and they see all the nice stuff on Instagram whenever you make it this far. And I'm not even anywhere as far as I want to be, you know what I mean? And they don't like see all the things that went into it and led up to that point.
And that's exactly why I'm asking you these questions, because this is the first time that we get a chance to speak, and I want people to understand what you've been through and how far you've come. And I'm sure some of those emotions are probably coming out this week as you're making this big homecoming. I hope you don't mind if I can ask about your father, who I know was such a big part of your life, who tragically passed away in 2016. Can you tell us about your relationship with your dad and what ultimately happened to him?
Yeah, so like my dad was the most important person in my life, period. Now I'm not really close with the rest of my family. Like, I don't really speak to my mom. She's going to be coming to this fight, but we don't speak much. We didn't speak for like almost 10 years. And I'm not close with my siblings or anything either. So once my dad passed, I kind of like, lost contact with all my family. But my entire life, ever since I was a kid, my dad was always trying to push me, to be better. And he kind of wanted me to be, a professional athlete just as bad as like I wanted to be. And, maybe he was living vicariously through me a little bit, but, in high school, whenever I started wrestling again, I wanted to be a state champion. So, just doing the wrestling practices, at Laurel High School wasn't enough. We were too far behind. There was a lot of wrestlers in Pennsylvania, which if you know anything about wrestling in the United States, Pennsylvania, at least in high school, is like the Dagestan of wrestling here. And in order to catch up to all these kids when they've been doing it for their entire lives, and I took a break for 5-6 years, we had to do a lot of extra wrestling. So we'd go to these wrestling clubs. He would work 16-hour days just getting by. We weren't very fortunate. And he would work these 16-hour days, get off work, pick me up from high school where I just got done wrestling, and then take me to a different club. Or sometimes he would drive me an hour and a half, 2 hours to Du Bois or Cannon Mac down below Pittsburgh to wrestle with guys like Tom Slay or Cody Weirchalk, which is names you might not know, but at the time they were ranked in the top 3 and top 5 in the nation. Cody Weirchalk was ranked number 1, 3-time state champ in PA. And these are the guys that he wanted me to wrestle with, and was going out of his way whenever he really didn't have the time nor the money to do so, to make sure that I'm getting the best partners and the best training that I possibly can to succeed, because he knew how invested that I was into it and how bad that I wanted it. So he kind of wanted it as bad as I did. And he was kind of like that with everything, not just wrestling, and he'd always find ways where like when I said we didn't have money, we didn't have money. He was living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of the time he'd be in situations where he'd be in the negative in his balance too, bank account as well. And he was still trying to find ways to scrape up money to send me to wrestling camps and stuff in the summer. So his guidance and everything was really important to me. And then, obviously 10 years ago, we lost him. He got in a motorcycle accident. He was on his way home from work, and someone pulled out of a bar and T-boned him. And he kind of flew 50, 60 feet off the bike. And then his whole lower extremities were all broken, shattered, his tibia, fibia, all that, his hips. So he got life flighted to Pittsburgh Presbyterian, and they said he had to go through 15 surgeries or so. And he was on surgery 7 or 8, and things took a turn for the worse. They said he was fine. They said the surgery went great whenever they called us after. And then an hour later, they called my grandma and said that he took a turn for the worse and they were putting him on life support. And then from that point forward, for the next 4 days, it just got worse and worse and worse. And I was going to the hospital every day to see him, and just to watch his body deteriorate over time. It was hard to see, especially with someone that you love that dearly and someone that you're that close with. And for me, the most important person in my life. So like I said, that was 10 years ago, but I still think about it to this day. I'm close to home. So this week I rented a car. I'm going to be going up to his grave, his cemetery, a few times this week during the fight week. And then also I'm always wearing, his dog tag. He didn't leave much behind. So I always wear this on fight night. I wear it to the cage, or wear it up to the point where they make me take everything off for the cage. And then at that point, I put it around my friend Shane's neck, and he wears it while I'm in the cage. And then whenever I get done fighting, I throw it back on. That's where I feel like this is, like I said, the only thing that he left behind. And this is how I feel like he's still close to me whenever I'm fighting.
I appreciate you sharing all of that. And obviously, I'm very sorry that you had to go through that, and sorry to your whole family. Considering what you said at the beginning of that answer regarding the relationship with the family and, being able to visit your dad and whatnot, there's a lot going on here. And so I'm kind of thinking back to you saying like there's less pressure. How are you dealing with all of this? I'm sure there's old stomping grounds that are coming. Like you're the center of this show, the PFL's first show in Pittsburgh, first major event in about a decade or so in the region. And there's a lot of family stuff attached to it, a lot of emotion, a lot of tragedy, a lot of, I'm sure, a roller coaster of emotions that you're dealing with. How are you processing all of this? Or are you the kind of competitor who just is able to compartmentalize everything and not think about it all and not let it affect you?
No, I'm kind of like with my dad, passing now. I kind of use it as fuel a little bit for training and for my career, because like I told you when I gave you that little rant about all the shit that he did for me, like investing his time and money into me, I don't want to let all that go to waste. So when I'm having a bad day at training, or like I feel like I'm dogging it a little bit, or I feel like I'm getting a little weak-minded, his voice kind of creeps into the back of my head. And, I kind of get reminded of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm doing it for myself, but I'm also doing it for him. And because I know he wanted it just as bad as I did. So I feel like with him investing all that time and money and everything into me whenever he didn't even have it, it'd be disrespectful to him to not give it my all the time. So I'm looking at this opportunity for this fight coming up to, put a show on it in front of my home crowd and show everybody what I'm capable of. And I think people saw a glimpse of that last year in the tournament, but ultimately in the finals, I slipped up. I made a mistake and it cost me the entire fight, especially in a fight that I was winning. It was a competitive fight, but I was winning the fight. And so now I don't view it as added pressure. I view it as an opportunity to do something close to home and in front of all my fans and even family that I'm not too close with that are coming to watch. And they haven't been able to see me in person up until this point. They've just been watching me on TV.
That fight that you're referring to, the Fabian Edwards fight, that's the last time we saw you back in August, and it was the finals. There was a lot at stake, not just the victory, but obviously monetarily as well. We haven't seen you since. How did you process that in the immediate aftermath? How did you deal with that loss?
I was broken, bro. Because leading up to that fight, that whole entire year, man, I did everything right. From sleep to recovery to training to my diet, I locked in everywhere, and I don't think I could have done anything more. I was after every single wrestling practice, after jiu-jitsu practice, whatever at ATT, we have a turf strip on the side, and I'm there doing sprints after practice. I'm the only one doing extra conditioning. Everybody else is enjoying their day or getting ready to leave. I'm putting in the extra work. I put every fighter works hard, you know what I mean? But I'm doing extra things that I know nobody else in the gym's doing, and I know probably nobody else in the world's doing. And I'm putting in the extra hours. I'm hiring a strength conditioning coach, something I usually didn't do. Like I said, I hired a nutritionist to tune in my diet even more. I was getting as much sleep as I possibly could, doing a hyperbaric chamber, cryotherapy, red light therapy, massages every week, all this different shit that I could do to give myself the best possible chance to succeed as possible. And it still didn't work out. I was winning the fight, but I was still fighting sloppy. You know what I mean? I wasn't fighting the way that I know I'm capable of, and I wasn't fighting the way that I was training. And then ultimately it all came to a head in the third round, and I got caught, and it just sucks knowing how hard I worked and knowing everything that I put into it and everything that I sacrificed, and it just slipped out of my in my hands, slipped out of my hands in like a moment. So it sucks, man. It's just, I put everything into the sport. And I still to this day, I haven't even taken a sip of alcohol. I haven't done any drugs, no weed, none of the party stuff that you see people doing in college and high school. All my friends were doing it, but I didn't want to do it because I wanted to give myself the best possible chance to succeed. And even if it made a 1% difference, I wanted to do it. You know what I mean? So I've given up a lot. In high school and college, I didn't take any off. Obviously in college, I didn't have the money to do so anyways, but all my friends were going on spring break, enjoying their their vacations and stuff, enjoying college, partying on the weekends. I wasn't doing any of that. I was working. You know what I mean? All with the intent of doing what I'm doing right now. And like I said, I just did everything I possibly could up my entire life. And then last year in those camps leading up until that point, and it just didn't go my way.
When a fighter loses for the first time via a knockout like that, sometimes they change the next time we see them. A little gun shy, it's on their mind, there's a crisis of confidence. Do you think this will change you as a fighter?
No. That fight, like I said, I just got caught. It was a bad habit. To be honest with you, hindsight's 2020, but if I can go back, I would go out there in the third round and fight the same way that I fought in the first 2 rounds. In between rounds, one of my coaches told me, you know, we might have 3 more rounds of this. You're fighting at a really high pace. I believe in you. I know you're in good shape, but let's take the first half of the round off, you know, and then win the second half of the round. And then we win this round and we're coasting the rest of the fight. Now he has to come out, you know, and push the pace. And if he makes a mistake, now you catch him. So hindsight's 2020. I probably would go out there, you know, and push the pace again that round and try to get to finish that round. But I didn't do it. So, you know, things played out the way they did. But I remember looking across the cage in between rounds, and he was sitting down facing me at first, hunched over, struggling to breathe. And then I remember seeing him stand up, turn the other way towards his coaches, towards the cage. And then still, like I said, big breaths. And then I remember the ref, after the 10-second bell to get ready for the next round, the ref said, all right, you guys got to get out of here, to his corner, because they were still there. He was still sitting on the stool. His coach is still in the cage, and they weren't listening. So my coach is already out of the cage. My stool is already gone. I'm standing up, walking back and forth. He's still sitting on the stool. The ref actually had to start walking over towards them for them to get the hint, for them to get the hell out of the cage. So I should have taken that as a cue, you know, to push the pace. I'm like, this guy's ready to get out of here. He's dead. But instead, you know, I took the defensive route, decided to save some energy. You know, he grew in confidence. He starts just throwing a teep, you know, he's no longer stressed out. He's kind of walking me down, and now I'm giving him a chance to rest. And then ultimately what that led to is me exposing a bad habit where I'm like reaching for that backhand against a southpaw, and everybody saw what happened.
Yeah, and obviously you get a big opportunity here to right that wrong and be right back in the title picture. I wanted to ask you, who is Pegasus? Who's this Pegasus character that is always with you? Tell us about him. Oh, is he there? There he is. Oh, wow.
Pegasus. Come here.
What a guy. Wow.
That's him.
He comes with you everywhere.
Yeah, he's the star of the show. Everybody here at the PFL loves him.
Look at this guy.
Yes, sir. That's him.
Wow. How old is he?
He is 3.5.
And he travels with you to every fight?
Yeah. He traveled with me. The first time he ever did it was last year whenever I fought Saudi Busi in Orlando.
Yeah.
And then I just started bringing him to every fight after that. And then obviously the finals were in South Florida where I live.
Yeah.
So that was a big deal. But I brought him to Chicago with me and posted a picture with him in Chicago, and it kind of popped off on Instagram. Everybody loved him, not just the PFL, but like everybody was loving it, you know? So.
And why do you want him there? Why is this important to you?
He's my best friend, man. It sounds kind of, you know, stupid, especially everybody's like, oh, this guy's such a tough guy. He's a professional MMA fighter. You know what I mean? And then they see me with this dog and they think the opposite, you know? But to me, you know, I love dogs more than I love people. I could trust a dog more than I could trust a person. And that might sound bad to some people, but to me, this guy's my best friend. So I bring him everywhere with me.
I love it. I love the suits as well. You're always rocking some really nice suits. Shout out to you. And
yeah, that's David Allen.
Okay,
David Allen.
Look at this guy right here. I mean, this is high class stuff. Well done. I saw the face off earlier today. What type of vibe did we get from Impa?
He seems focused. I'm gonna be honest. He seems. You can see here. What's not shown is they kind of cut this a little bit. This face off was a lot longer than they even put in this video. So they kept telling us to face forward, and neither of us were budging. We actually, at first, when they told us to face forward, we went to face forward and we still had our eyes locked on each other. And then we kind of like turned back towards each other. And then we just kind of just stood there. And I think he's ready to come fight. Honestly, that's the vibe I got. So I'm looking forward to it because I am too.
It was a great face-off. The one with Eblin and Battle was great as well. I love that they're doing this. I'd be remiss, Dalton, if I don't ask you this, because people love your social media. You do good stuff, and the dog and the suits and whatnot. You know, there's a lot of male fans that are probably a little jealous of you because of your sparring partner. They're a big fan of your sparring partner. You've got the toughest sparring partners in the game right there, and I think that's Dakota Ditcheva, the superstar for the PFL. I think you guys are friends, right? Maybe more than friends?
Yeah, we're pretty good friends.
Yeah. Well done. How did this happen? How did this blossom?
I don't know. We're good friends, I guess.
I was hoping they would show you on camera when I asked that, because I feel like you don't want to answer this question. And if you don't, that's okay. But we see you guys on social media. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what question you're asking in particular. I mean,
how did it blossom? Were you just training together and said, "Hey, I like this person," or how does that happen? More visual evidence.
Get off my social media.
It's
get off my social media right now.
It's great social media. You do good stuff. People like this.
Yeah, she's a cool girl. She's a really good friend.
Will she be at the fight?
Yeah, she'll be here.
You've got a whole freaking army coming to support you. The dog, the family, the training partners, the sparring partners.
Yeah, and then obviously I have some teammates on the card as well. I got Johnny Eblin, Natan Schulte, Dakota Bush, and then actually one of my friends that I used to train with back here, he trains in Colorado now, Josh Fremd. He was in the UFC, signed with the PFL now. He's fighting here as well. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a good night, man. I'm looking forward to it.
By the way, what happens? There's a scenario there where it's you and Eblin kind of vying for the same thing. Have you guys talked about that? Is that something?
No, I mean, he, I think we're both deserving of the title shot, and that's what I was touching on a little bit earlier. You know what I mean? He held the title for so long. He's a great fighter. He's one of the best in the world. But at the end of the day, we both want the same thing. So my job is to go out there and make sure that I'm the one that gets the shot and not him. So whenever I step out of that cage on Saturday night, I want John Martin, Mike Kogan, whoever's calling the shots. I want them, before that main event even happens, to think like, okay, this is the guy. This is the guy that's getting the next title shot, regardless of what happens in that main event.
Well, you have set the table quite nicely. Looking forward to this very much. Very happy that you're getting this opportunity. Great to have you on the show. Thanks for telling us a bit about your backstory as well. And obviously, good luck to you on Saturday. Dalton Rosta going up against Impa Kasanganay. Main event, Johnny Eblin against Brian Battle. Two massive fights in the middleweight division. A lot of middleweights in action on Saturday, whether it's the UFC or PFL. Both shows going toe-to-toe. So hopefully you've got two screens if you're at home. All the best to you, my man. Thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate the time very much, and good luck Saturday.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for having me.
There he is, Dalton Rosta, kind enough to join us. Massive opportunity for him. Bit of a local guy, if you will, and a great backstory. And again, just like Chanel Dyer, love to learn more about some of the new faces, someone that you can easily root for here. Seems like a great guy. Seems like he has, the right things in order, his head on straight, very committed. Much respect to him. Really enjoyed chatting with him. All right, we'll talk to another debutante on the show. All kinds of characters on today's program. A guy in Colby Covington who we haven't talked to in 6 years. A guy in Muhammad Mokaev who once said he would never talk to me again. Obviously, Oscar De La Hoya, the golden boy, and two debutantes. So we just spoke to one. Now we get to speak to another. And a lot of people were very excited yesterday when we found out that he was added to the Most Valuable Promotions MMA debut on Netflix, May 16th, Intuit Dome, Inglewood, California. He is the pride of France. He is the multiple-time KSW champion. He is someone who a lot of people think is one of the brightest young stars in this game, and he'll be making his American debut on the 16th of May against Kenneth Cross. He is Salahdine Parnasse, and he's kind enough to join us right here and now. Salut Salahdine, comment ça va?
Salut, ça va?
Ça va très bien. Je peux parler français. I know to speak French. Je sais, votre anglais, c'est pas magnifique, right? Your English isn't great.
Mon anglais est nul, mais si tu parles français, c'est top, hein?
No, mais my audience, il parle pas anglais. My audience doesn't speak English, so we have Tarek here who is going to help translate for you. Tarek, are you there?
Hello, Ariel.
Tarek, you may not need to do anything here because I could just translate for the two of us, but I'm going to use your services, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Tarek. Thank you for being here, and great to meet you. Enchanté, Salahdine. It's great to meet you. Can I ask you first things first, how did this opportunity come about? A lot of people were very excited to hear that you had signed on this card. How did this opportunity for you to be on the MVP card come about for you?
Comment cette opportunité est venue pour toi, Salahdine, de combattre pour
avec
MVP?
KSW et mon manager H qu'on fait ce lien-là. Du coup, j'ai eu une opportunité pendant mon contrat du KSW, parce que je suis toujours en contrat avec le KSW, où je peux combattre au MVP.
Tarek, are you there?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Can you translate?
Yeah. It was an opportunity by KSW, the MVP. They contacted the boss of KSW, Martin Lewandowski, and with my manager, H. So I cannot refuse this type of opportunities to fight in such organization like MVP with these all names.
A lot of people have been wondering when you would come over to the United States. What was your reaction when you got this call to be on such a big card, on such a big platform?
Il y a plein de gens qui ont attendu ton début aux États-Unis. C'était quoi ta réflexion quand tu as vu que tu vas combattre au State?
Un job de plus où je dois choquer les États-Unis, tout simplement. Moi, j'ai l'habitude de combattre. Mon métier, c'est de combattre. Donc, j'étais très content. Et de montrer tout mon talent au public US, pour moi, c'est quelque chose d'important. Et je pense qu'elle va m'ouvrir des grandes opportunités.
Okay. I was very happy to have this opportunity. I'm coming to US to choke the people like I do it in Europe. I want to present my skills there and show people who is Salahdine Parnasse in the United States.
After this fight, will you go back to KSW or are you a free agent?
Est-ce que après ce combat, tu vas revenir au KSW ou tu es un combattant libre?
Je sais pas du tout, franchement. Ça, c'est mon manager H qui gère ça, mais je pense que il sait comment s'y prendre, donc je l'écoute quoi. Je l'écoute tout court.
Okay. To be honest with you, I don't know. This is my manager, H. He take care about my career. I listen him. He's more older than me, and I trust him. So I don't know what we will do later.
What would you like to do? Are you ready to explore what else is out there? Or would you like to go back to KSW? Or are you hoping that MVP does more shows on Netflix?
Okay. Et toi, est-ce que tu veux revenir au KSW ou tu penses rester au MVP s'ils vont faire plusieurs événements?
Moi, peu importe, du moment qu'il y a un beau combat à faire, on m'appelle, c'est mon job. Le plus important pour moi, c'est d'effectuer des beaux combats et de donner un beau combat au public.
For me, it doesn't matter which the organization. If I will get a good opportunity, good fights, good opponents, so I go there where I feel that I can show my skills to the world in MMA.
Avec le KSW, ce qui est bien, c'est que comme j'ai pu installer mon nom, ils peuvent me libérer des fois pour faire des combats. J'ai pu faire des combats en boxe anglaise, donc si je peux enchaîner des combats en boxe anglaise et des combats en MMA, ce serait le top pour moi.
Okay. What was good with the KSW? I get the opportunities to fight in boxing, to make boxing fights, to move to other organizations like now with MVP. So if I will get outside of KSW something like that where I can fight in boxing and in MMA, so I will do it.
Can you tell us whether or not you've ever had an offer or opportunity from the UFC? Because a lot of people who have been following your career for a while have been waiting for that to come. Seemed like it was inevitable and it hasn't come. Has this ever happened? Have you ever talked to the UFC or received an offer from them to sign in the past?
Okay. Est-ce que tu as reçu avant des propositions de combattre à l'UFC? Beaucoup de gens ils demandent si tu as reçu des opportunités de combattre là-bas.
Ouais, si, j'ai reçu des opportunités. J'en ai reçu plein il y a longtemps déjà. Mais j'ai décidé de rester au KSW parce que j'étais libre de faire ce que je veux. Et j'ai pu faire des combats en boxe anglaise, faire des combats MMA. C'est ça être un fighter. C'est de combattre là où tu veux, de rêver grand.
Yes, I get many propositions from UFC. I think more than 2 times before I resigned to KSW. But I felt good in KSW. I was very respected as a double champ, and I was free fighter. So I can fight in boxing, in MMA. So I had very good position in KSW, and for that I decided to resign to KSW.
Yes, 145, 155. You've even gone for the 170-pound belt. Is this part of your dream? Would you like to one day fight in the UFC, or you don't care? You just want to have the freedom. You want to get paid. There are some fighters who care, and there are some fighters who don't. Where do you fall in that discussion?
Ok. Et toi, est-ce que tu rêves un jour de combattre à l'UFC, ou tu es un combattant où tu seras plus payé, tu vas aller où tu seras respecté et mieux payé?
Comment? J'ai pas entendu.
Est-ce que ton rêve est d'aller à l'UFC, ou juste tu vas aller où tu seras respecté?
J'ai pas entendu, Tarek.
Salah, tu m'entends?
Ça bug, non, c'est en doublé.
Allô?
Ouais, tu m'as dit quoi?
Est-ce que ton rêve, c'est d'aller à l'UFC, ou tu vas aller où tu seras mieux payé et plus respecté?
Non, pour l'instant, mon rêve, c'est d'être le mieux payé. Donc, pour l'instant, je vais là où je suis le mieux payé.
Oh, je pense, Salahdine, je pense que tu bloques the headphone pour le volume. I think he's blocking the phone, right? You can't hear him, right, Tarek?
Salah, tu m'entends?
Ouais, je t'entends.
Ok.
On t'entend pas.
Je pense que tu bloques le micro, Salah.
Ouais.
Ah, je bloque le micro?
Ouais.
I heard him.
Okay, all right.
Ariel. Yeah. No. My dream is to stay there where I am more respected, more paid. It doesn't matter UFC or otherwhere.
This opportunity that you're receiving with MVP, is this the biggest contract that you've received so far in your fight career?
Est-ce que le contrat chez MVP, c'était le plus grand salaire que tu as reçu dans ta carrière?
Bah non du tout. Pour l'instant, j'ai pas encore déterminé vraiment ce que je vais toucher. Donc, on verra avec mon manager. Mais je pense que le KSW m'a donné des belles opportunités.
Okay. No, it was not the biggest. Money I get in my career. It was in KSW. Maybe for the future, I will get a better contract with MVP.
And Salahdine, we want to see your face. On voit pas ton visage.
Salah, recule un peu.
Recule. Ouais, maintenant, we see you just fine. Great. On voit juste ton barbe ici. So we see your beard.
C'est bon?
Ouais. It's hard for me, Tarek, parce que je sais comment parler. Je veux parler en français. Pratiquer mon français, c'est difficile pour moi. Mais je veux faire propre avec le translateur, si vous comprenez. Salahdine, have you seen this card? Have you seen the card that they put out yesterday? The names that are on this card, and if so, what do you think of their first card for MVP? The names that are put on this card.
Salah, est-ce que tu as vu la fight card de MVP, et tu penses quoi du nom qu'ils ont mis sur la carte?
Non, je pense que la carte, il y a des beaux combats. Il y a Ngannou, il y a Ronda Rousey, il y a Nadjaz, il y a le 61 kilos. Je sais pas comment il s'appelle, mais voilà, il y a une belle carte. Il y a des beaux noms. Il y a que des combattants qui sont explosifs et qui font des beaux combats. Donc, je pense que ça sera un beau combat pour le public.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice card. We have names like Ngannou, like Ronda Rousey, like Nate Diaz, the 61 kilo, but he forget his name. I don't know about which fighter he talk, but the card is very nice. I'm very excited to be there. My debut in US, so for me, it's a very nice opportunity.
Yes, and speaking of your debut, I believe you walk out to California Love, right, by Tupac, and now here you are. Your debut is in California, in Inglewood. This is crazy, right? It's almost like you manifested this, like you brought it all together.
Yeah, c'est fou. Ton son d'entrée pour les combats, c'est California Love de Tupac. Et maintenant, tu vas combattre à Californie. Ça va être chaud quand tu mets le son à ton entrée.
C'est ça quand je choisis ça. Moi, j'aime bien ce son. Je l'écoute parce que ça me met dans une bonne vibe. Et ça me change en tant que combattant. Quand j'écoute cette musique-là, ça me donne une détermination en plus. Et pour moi, c'est le bonheur. Et le destin a fait que c'est venu à moi. C'est venu à moi tout seul.
Yeah, that was my dream to fight in United States and to walk out to the cage with this music. California Love make me more determined. I changed as a fighter. So when I hear this song, I am in mode beast.
Okay, and again, sorry for being annoying, but I think the speaker is being blocked again. So I want the people to be able to hear you. Can you tell him that I think it's being blocked on his phone because it was sounding a little bit weird there?
Yeah, Salah, je pense que tu bloques encore le micro.
Ici, sur la...
Salah, tu m'entends?
Oh.
Ouais, je t'entends.
Ouais. Je pense que tu bloques le micro à côté. Il ne faut pas mettre ta main à côté du micro.
Non, même pas. Je sais pas, c'est comme ça, il y a un problème de connexion.
Ok, maintenant ça va.
Okay, ça va. Did you know about Kenneth Cross? Were you familiar with him when you were offered him? And if not, do you know about him now? If so, what do you know about him?
Est-ce que tu as fait une petite recherche sur ton adversaire Cross? Est-ce que tu le connaissais avant ou juste maintenant tu as découvert?
Non, mes entraîneurs ont fait des petites recherches sur le combattant. C'est un combattant qui est explosif et qui a un gros physique, donc il faudra que je fasse attention à ces coups qui sont vraiment explosifs. Et je crois que c'est un lutteur de base. Donc on a regardé un petit peu, on a analysé un peu son attitude et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de place à que je fasse parler mon style.
Ok, et tu le connaissais avant?
Non, je ne le connaissais pas du tout.
Okay. No, before they proposed me, I didn't know him, but I see that he's a very explosive fighter. I think that his background is wrestling. I know that he's big, 70 kilo, so I think that it will be a good matchup for me.
And as you mentioned earlier, you've won at 145 KSW title, 155, and you went for 170. Is this still a dream of yours, to be a 3-division world champion?
Okay. On sait que tu es champion de 66 kilos, de 70 kilos, et tu as fait une expérience en 77. Est-ce qu'il reste ton rêve d'être triple champion?
C'est un rêve pour moi. Voilà, c'est une nouvelle chose, c'est une nouvelle étape. Donc là, j'ai un peu oublié ce rêve-là. Je vais se concentrer sur la catégorie où je performe, 70 kilos. Donc pour l'instant, je reste comme ça. Et pourquoi pas, si j'arrive à performer encore, si je reste au KSW ou si je reste pas au KSW, si je pose notre organisation, si je performe 170 kilos et si j'arrive à gravir les échelons, pourquoi pas aller tenter d'autres ceintures.
Okay, that was a dream for me to be a triple champ. I tested this. I didn't get the win, but it was very good experience for me. Now I am more concentrated on 70 kilo on lightweight division. So for now I will focus only on this division. But we don't know. Maybe in the future, maybe in KSW or in another organization, I will test one more time welterweight.
As you mentioned, you competed in boxing last year. MVP, obviously a boxing promotion as well. Have you talked to them about boxing on one of their cards in the future?
Okay. Tu as fait ton début en boxe anglaise l'année dernière. tu as gagné ton combat et tu sais que le MVP, ils font des galas de boxe. Est-ce que tu as parlé avec eux d'un potentiel combat en anglaise chez eux?
Il m'a dit comme quoi il faisait des combats de boxe anglaise. Donc, ouais, j'ai pu voir qu'il y avait Jack Paul aussi qui organise des combats. Donc, pourquoi pas, si je peux faire un combat de boxe anglaise avec le MVP promotion, je fonce direct. S'il y a un combat à faire même contre Jack Paul ou n'importe quel autre combattant, je serais chaud. Parce que grâce à mon combat que j'ai fait en France, où j'ai affronté un double champion d'Europe, je suis rentré dans le top 100 mondial. Donc, si je peux faire un combat de boxe anglaise, je le ferai direct.
Yeah, my debut in boxing. I'm very big fan of boxing as people now, and my first fight it was with the double European champ. I am in top 100 in the mondial ranking. So if I will get the opportunity from the MVP boxing to fight there, I will be very happy for that. Even with Jack Paul, I can make a fight.
I love that you have many different talents, Salahdine. Tell me about Super. Is it Prodige? What? This is your clothing line.
Super Prodige.
Prodige. This is your clothing line, right?
Est-ce que c'est ta marque de vêtements?
Ouais, c'est ma marque de vêtements. Ouais.
Ah, yes. Regarde ça.
Ouais, je suis un peu dans ça un peu.
This is your
Salah. He very like clothing.
Okay, yes, I know you like fashion. You like clothing. I've even seen that you were featured in a rap song. Which one? By Gims.
Gims, yeah.
Gims, which was a huge hit. Here you are, featured in it. And there was also a rap song that was written about you, right? Called Salahdine P by KOFS.
Yeah.
This is written about you, this song?
Yes.
What is it about?
Salah, on sait que tu es fan du rap aussi. Tu as fait une apparition dans un clip de Maître Gims. Il y a une chanson avec ton nom, Salahdine Parnasse, pour Rof et Kofs. C'est quoi le sujet de cette chanson?
Le sujet de cette chanson, c'est que le mec est déterminé à tout rafler. Comme moi, je suis déterminé à tout rafler, tout simplement.
Yeah, the rapper,
il y a plein d'edits, c'est à la mode, en vrai, c'est à la mode partout, même aux États-Unis. Dès qu'il y a un sportif qui réussit dans un domaine, il y a beaucoup de musique où ça parle de sportifs. Et c'est plutôt flatteur pour nous, les sportifs, quand il y a une musique qui est créée pour nous.
Yeah, the song of Kofs and Rof, it was about a guy who was very motivated and determined to get his dreams, his goals. So he chose me as an example. And the other song with Maître Gims, he's very famous ever in the United States. So now a lot of rappers, they make featuring with MMA fighters. So he chose me for his clip.
I love it. Well done. Last question for you, Salahdine. If there's any American fan or fight fan out there that has never seen you fight, what can they expect? What type of fighter are you? What type of action do you bring? What can they expect on May 16th?
OK. Est-ce que s'il y a des fans américains qui ne te connaissent pas encore, comment tu peux te présenter comme combattant? C'est quoi ton style?
Je suis un combattant qui est très explosif, qui est beau à regarder. Donc, on a les combats, on ne s'ennuie jamais. Donc voilà, hein, tout simplement. Préparez-vous à un gros show.
I'm very explosive fighter. I think that I am a very complete MMA fighter. So I think that they will happy what I will bring them. I will bring them something new that they never see.
I agree, and I'm looking forward to it. Merci beaucoup, Salahdine. Félicitations pour le contrat. J'espère qu'on peut voir le vrai Salahdine Parnasse le 16 mai à Netflix contre Kenneth Cross, Inglewood, California. Ça va être magnifique. Bon courage à toi. Enchanté. Merci. Excitant. C'est très excitant et j'espère qu'on va parler là-bas à Intuit Dome en 2 mois.
Faut sûr.
Merci. Thank you so much, Salahdine. Thank you, Tarek. Appreciate you guys very much, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Ariel. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you as well. There he is, Salahdine Parnasse, multiple-time KSW champion. By the way, in case you're wondering, the only man to ever win titles in two different weight classes in KSW. You may have heard of them: Mateusz Gamrot, Roberto Soldic, Mohamed Khalidov, and Salahdine Parnasse. 28 years young, 22-2. We had 22-8 up there. It's actually 22-2. Very impressive record. And this is a man who PT told us about yesterday, dared to be great, moved up from 145 to 55 to 70, has done some amazing things over in KSW and has turned down UFC contracts to stay there. He liked the freedom, did a little boxing, this, that. It's worked out for him. He's now in the United States fighting on the MVP card. Fighting on Netflix on May 16th. So that's a massive, massive opportunity for him. In 6 minutes' time, we're going to be talking to another person who had a massive opportunity offered to him, and he took it for that same card, Muhammad Mokaev, who, of course, is going up against Adriano Moraes, the former one championship flyweight champion. After that, we're going to be joined by the one and only Oscar De La Hoya to talk about all the big things going on with Golden Boy and, of course, their new deal with DAZN. Very exciting stuff on the program so far. Gable Steveson officially announced for RAF, our reunion with Colby Covington, meeting Dalton and Salahdine for the first time. Do you think Dalton didn't like my question about sparring partners and stuff?
I think he was just a little embarrassed.
Why?
I don't think he was right to be embarrassed, but I think he was definitely embarrassed.
Why?
He was blushing.
Yeah. What's the biggie? That's all very exciting stuff, right? To be
Shout
young.
out to Pegasus, though. I mean,
shout out to Pegasus.
Came up to the camera.
Yeah.
Decided there wasn't anything else going on and went and laid back down.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Ilya Topuria, making all kinds of waves. I believe he signed a deal with Richard Millet, the very famous watch designer. If only GC was here to tell us how big of a deal this is, because I think he loves Richard Millet. They posted a video of him doing stuff. We don't have the video? Oh, okay, no problem. Well, there was a video. Take my word for it. And it's a big freaking deal. Everyone's doing big things. Was it Volk with Hublot? Frank, tell us about Richard Millet. What do you know about Richard Millet?
So glad you asked.
Yeah.
Because I don't know anything.
Dan, do you know anything about Richard Millet?
Yeah, I know all about him.
Okay. He's a very famous watch guy. I think there's a certain, like, you know how Christian Louboutin has like the red bottom? You know about this, right, Dan? The red bottoms of the shoes?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so Richard, I think, has like an orange. Is it orange? I don't know. It's fine. It's really
Who's
fine.
to check?
Who is to check? But it's a big deal, and so shout out to him. Shout out to Movsar Evloev. I saw that he posted a picture that he broke his nose 4 weeks before his fight against Earl Murphy. Is that real? How could that be? What's under his eyes? What's going on over here? That's insane. That is actually insane. Makes the win even that much more impressive. You can actually purchase Lerone Murphy's shorts. The ones that he wore in that fight, he has listed them on eBay right here and now. What do you think these are going for, Frank? What do you think the fight worn shorts will go for?
What, probably like roughly $600.
You think so?
Maybe.
Not more?
Nah. In this economy?
Oh, it's already at 457 pounds. What's 457 pounds? 457 pounds in USD. That's 610.
Oh, look at that.
Wait, did you guess that, or did you know
it was on
that?
the screen right in front of me.
457 pounds. You know how to do that?
I generally, yeah, like I know to add a little bit.
All right, well done. You know, Bart Simpson once said, "Eat my shorts." He's saying, "Buy my shorts."
That's right.
You remember that? I said earlier that I was feeling all like warm and fuzzy about Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua coming together. The same could be said with Alex Pereira and Israel Adesanya. Adesanya is fighting this weekend against Joe Pyfer in a huge fight at 185 in Seattle, Washington. The boys are going to be there. It's going to be great. And I saw a lovely post from Alex Pereira to his old friend Izzy. Saturday is fight night once again. Much respect to Israel Adesanya, he writes. We've shared the octagon and moments that became part of my journey. That loss taught me a lot. It pushed me to evolve, not only as a fighter, but as a man. I grew, matured, and used it as fuel to reach a higher level in the sport and in life. Regardless of rivalry, I know what it means to step in there. The years of work, the pressure, the sacrifice. That's why I wish you a great fight. Go in focused and show you're the best. We keep evolving. See you at the top. Shama. A little Michael Chandler there. Lovely stuff. It's amazing when you see these rivals become friends. Same with Izzy and Whitaker, AJ and Usyk. Tremendous. Love that stuff. Yeah, love that stuff. By the way, Islam Makhachev is definitely not injured. I saw more footage of him training. So he's definitely not injured. If he's got an injured hand, I know those are elbows right there, but like, come on. I did see his manager out there saying, we were called, he was sleeping when we called back. Nothing, I don't know if he's... none of it is consistent. None of it makes sense. He did tell us that there was a big fight. Remember when he came out and told us it was a big fight? What do you think he was referring to? Of course he was referring to that. But whatever. He's going to fight Ian Gary. That's got to be the fight. If it's not the fight, I don't know what we're doing. Ian Gary's out there. He's putting out great content, waiting for the fight. Look at this. This is me talking right here. He's listening to us on an old school telephone. What's happening? He's listening to me talk about how he has to be next, how he should be next. I guess maybe he's not listening to me via the telephone, but he's waiting for someone to call him on the telephone. That is a sick phone, by the way. That's an old school, like Wolf of Wall Street type of phone. Like those old cell phones in a car?
Oh, yeah.
Love that phone. He's listening to us somewhere talk about it. And I'm not trying to, belabor the point here, but he should be next. And what the hell is taking so long?
Listen to the slurp on that one. Yeah. It's pretty tasty, huh?
It is great. It's actually tremendous.
Very hydrating.
Shout out to Nama. Did you try? Because I noticed there were a few missing.
Oh, did I try? I've consumed.
Yeah, I noticed there were like 4 or 5.
We're just partying it up here.
Water
Dan's got
party.
one in hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at that. Gunning
Everyone's
it down.
drinking them. You cans of water. Cans of water. Shout out to Charles Oliveira, by the way. He had a parade in his hometown after winning the BMF title. The first ever BMF parade. Look at this scene. This is amazing. Look at this. This is bigger than the New York Knicks NBA Cup parade that they got back in December. Wow. Police escort and all. Yeah, there it is. Man, that BMF title looks good at the parade. It's probably never felt more important and more loved. So, congratulations to him. We do have the Ilia Topuria Richard Millet video, the aforementioned. Can we play it, or is there music attached to it?
No sound.
No sound? Oh, no sound. I thought you meant no music. I'm a professional athlete, a dreamer, and a normal person. At least, this is how I consider myself. Ilia Topuria for Richard Millet.
When I was 8 years old, my parents had to leave me and my brothers to come to Europe to find a better future for us.
Okay. No music at all. This is great stuff.
The difficult moments gave me the maturity that I feel that I have today.
Oh, yeah.
Every time that I doubt in something, the only thing to keep it that way is to work hard, to give the answers to your doubts. The thing that I want to achieve in this life, in reality, is happiness. No one said it will be easy.
Love that. That's big time stuff. That's massive stuff. Good for him. Well done. Ilya Topuria getting a Richard Mille sponsorship ahead of a White House fight, June 14th. That is big time stuff. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Muhammad Mokaev. Last time we talked to him was maybe a few months ago, 5-6 months ago, something like that. But it has certainly been a minute, and we know now that he's going to be a part of this MVP card on the 16th of May. He has been very busy as of late, taking part in a bunch of different side quests, if you will. But his last MMA fight was back in November of this past year, November 7th, to be exact. Won the inaugural Brave CF Flyweight Championship, a great head kick knockout of one Gerald Burns. Massive win for him. Getting a nice stoppage like that. And this is a massive opportunity for him as well. He's now 16-0 with 1 no contest. So one of the great runs in the sport right now. And he's still just 25 years young. Would you believe it? He turns 26 in July. Let's talk to him. Let's go all the way to Dagestan, I do believe, where he resides. Muhammad Mokaev is kind enough to join us. Hello, Muhammad. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you? Hi.
I'm doing great. Welcome to the show. Welcome back. It's great to have you, and congratulations on the big opportunity. So, can I ask, how did this come about for you? When did you find out? Who reached out? How did they reach out? Tell us the whole story.
My manager Tim Simpson messaged me and about this fight. It was Matheus Nicolau first. I accepted, and then I don't know what happened to him, and then they said Adriano Moraes, and I said, let's go, whoever, it doesn't matter. At this point in my career, I'm ready to fight everybody because in my mind, I'm the best in the world right now in this division.
Which fight did you like better? Matheus Nicolau, former UFC fighter, or Adriano Martins, former One Championship champion?
I think name-wise, I think Adrian Morales I like more because he beat Demetrius Johnson. He's his biggest name, and like by the comments I read, I think most people looking forward to this fight on this card.
There was a great reaction when this was announced. I think there was a very good reaction to a few of the fights, but your fight and Salahdine Parnasse, I think, were the two that the hardcore fan base was really excited about. Would you agree? Did you feel that as well?
I agree. Because I think right now only toughest test is Adriano Morales right now. Like people think outside of UFC, and I like that because I don't want to fight. Like I rather fight one good guy instead of five fights against people don't know.
What do you think of the entire card? Once you saw the entire card that they're putting together for May 16th, what did you think?
It's a great card. Listen, I'm big fan of Nate Diaz, and like he's headlining the event, Ronda Rousey, and I'm a big fan of them too. So it'd be nice sharing the card with them.
When did you get this opportunity? When did they reach out to you?
It was Eid. It was last weekend.
Okay, so not that long ago.
No, the Matheus Nicolau was a bit longer.
Yeah.
And I thought, and then nothing happened, and then Adriano Morales was just weekend, and I thought I'm not gonna be on the card, and then Adriano Morales came up, and I said yes.
And this is at 125, right?
It is 125. I know he fought at 135 in one, and it'd be a hard weight cut for him.
Yeah, you like that.
I love it.
And what a great opportunity this is for you. If this didn't come about, if this wasn't presented to you, when do you think you would have fought, and who would you have fought for? Like I said, we last saw you for Brave in November, but was there anything else in the works for you?
Not really much. I've been told like we're trying to make fight between you and Mighty Mouse. I won't say what organization it is, and like he's retired. I didn't believe it will come up, but I don't think they couldn't. I don't want to mention who tried to make that, but I was looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, I remember when that came out. I think it might have been for Hype or something like that. But anyway, then he made a video. No, maybe I'm wrong, but he made a video saying, this is not happening, I'm not competing, I'm done. Muhammad, hit me up if you want more information. Did you see this?
I spoke to Mighty after that.
Okay.
I spoke to him about this, and he's not coming back from retirement. But I told him, listen, people wants to make the fight, and they couldn't because he's retired. It's hard to bring somebody back, but he's a good guy. Mighty Mouse is a good guy, man. I take advice for him many times. Since I've been cut from UFC, he messaged me, and we stay in touch all the time.
Obviously, your name always comes up regarding the flyweight division, people wanting to see you back, people wondering when you'll come back. We've talked about this in the past, and so I'm just wondering, how are you dealing with this now? Have you forgotten about that now? Is that still your ultimate goal? What is your approach as far as, your future, if there is any future with the UFC?
I think once I get a great finish, like some great finish on a guy like Marlon Moraes, I think they will call me. But right now, I'm not that desperate. When I was caught, I was 23 years old, and I'm thinking, wow, I want to get back. And now I'm just doing my bits, earning money, and feeling good about it. I spoke to Hunter, and I think whatever happened, it happened. In the best thing happened to my career. I invested a lot of money. I earned good stuff, and I matured. And I think I see who is around with me and for what. And I think it's one of the best things happened to my career. I didn't realize that at the start, but now I see everything from outside.
Okay, so there was a time, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a time where it felt like it was like such a big deal for you, it was consuming you. Now you're just sort of going with the flow, you're enjoying the freedom, you're taking opportunities, it's not your main focus anymore. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. I'm the best flyweight outside of UFC, not signed to any promotion, just one fight deal, in and out, compete wherever I want. They call me, Arman Tsarukyan was 11 at night. You want to replace Arman Tsarukyan, doesn't matter what weight, location, like people say, I'm ready to fight anyone, anywhere, but any weight, I actually did it. And 11 p.m. it was, and then I drove to airport straight away, and then I fly to Brazil.
Wow!
To compete against Arman. And if I was stuck to any other organization, maybe I'm not be able to do that. But I'm a free agent, and I do whatever I want, and I earn good money.
And if it turns out that you never fight again in the UFC, will you be at peace with that? Will you be okay with that?
It's a hard question, Ariel. It's a hard question, and dream versus money. I think dream become first in my list. And if I were losing in there, I wouldn't be able be able to say I'm the best in the world. I was 7-0, and I think I have unfinished business there.
Is it hard for you to watch those UFC fights now, knowing that you think you could be the champion there?
Especially when my opponent's beating everybody there.
Yeah.
It's interesting because right now I have 4 guys in top 15 who I already beat, and watching my sons doing really well, I'm really proud.
What do you think of Joshua Van? Like, how do you stack up against Joshua Van?
He's a good fighter, but he got knocked out by Charles Johnson, who I beat. So right now, in my opinion, the best guy in that division is Kyoji Horiguchi. The rest, I don't see anyone challenging me right now.
Yeah, we just found out he's fighting Manel Kape in June again. So what do you think happens in that fight?
It's a good matchup. They fought in 2017. I did a lot of breakdowns when I fought Manel, and I think it's not gonna be easy for Kyoji this time, and especially the cage will be small. It's Apex, right? So I think it could be closer than people think. But I take Kyoji on this fight.
Going back to the Arman match, what was that like for you? Obviously, he's a much bigger guy than you are. This is a guy who, fights at 155 in the UFC. He's big. You fight at 125. And I don't think anyone, thought less of you for not winning the match, but just to see the size difference was really interesting. And to see you guys in there was really interesting. What did you think of the experience?
You know what it is. I just came up. In my opinion, in my mind, even I fight Arman 10 times. In my mind, I just believe I can win. But realistically, there's a weight difference. That's the reason we have weight classes. And I asked him, can we do like 6 minutes match or 8 minutes? But if you say no, then it's a rule set. I cannot blame you. I accept it how it is. But against Sharabulit, he competed 6 minutes. So I told him, listen, we have 23 kg difference here. Give me a little bit time advantage, and he didn't give me. He gave me 10 minutes. Like a bullying the flyweight. But listen, you can't take away the victory of him. I respect. Doesn't matter how the match went. He won. He's the winner, and I cannot say nothing less than he got the belt.
So, like I said,
but I think like 6 or 8 minutes would be better for me because the little bit size difference there.
Yeah, no, 100%. So you're enjoying doing these other things. You were, I think, announced to compete on an RAF card, but it didn't come to fruition. What happened there?
I didn't get my visa on the time. I was in London, and then I didn't get on the time my visa. That's why. But I will love to compete there. I will compete there.
Okay, and what about this this rumor or this proposed match against Mikey Musumeci in UFC BJJ?
It was true. It was true, but I don't know how to say this. I'll be straightforward. Listen, as I ask my manager, Tim, can you call and ask if this will help me get back to UFC? If it will be, I will accept and I will go for it. And doesn't matter, it's Mikey Musumeci or like I don't know, Gorilla. It doesn't matter if it helps me get back to UFC, I will sign and I go. And I'm not afraid of competing of anyone. And I think like Arman, it's another proof. But they told me, Tim told me, it's a different thing, UFC BJJ and UFC. So I said, listen, I'll do my thing. Was best for my career, and if it's written for me, I will get back there.
Okay, so that's why it ultimately didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. Yeah, but if for example after this fight, if I have something in between dates, I can call and ask and compete, because that time I thought I might have MMA fight and I'd rather do the MMA fight instead of doing this BJJ. But if it's something in between, I'm up to compete against anyone. When I was 17, 18, I used to compete every weekend. I got some beat it. I did kickboxing like matches, and I did boxing. I lose, I win, I lose. I don't care. I just love to compete.
It seems like you're enjoying life. You're enjoying your career right now, the opportunities out there. I saw you weigh in on Fighter Pay recently. Is it fair to say, and I'm not trying to say it's better, but that you can make a more lucrative career for yourself doing these side quests, these one-off fights and things like that, as opposed to being tied down with one organization? Is that what you're learning here?
What do you mean, Ariel?
Well, if you're tied down, it's hard to grow. You have a contract. Maybe you come in at a certain number, and unless you become a super duper star, you're not going to make the big bucks. But here, you're a hot commodity. People are signing you. Like, for example, this MVP card. Does this purse compare to what you were making in the UFC? Is it greater? Is it less? What can you tell us about it?
I don't know. I don't want to upset anyone.
Okay, I understand.
I just keep it like how it is. And I think, Ariel, in UFC, I had career. Like I know there's top 15, top 5. There's championship level. Once you become champion, you earn as much as money, and there's a career. Whereas right now, I'm just competing everywhere, but I don't see this like a rankings career for me. I just compete, but rankings. Like there's a Joshua 1 champion and there's me competing everywhere. But in my mind, I know I'm the best, but I can't say I'm the best because because people think if you're UFC champion, you're the best. That's it, you know.
No, I understand that 100%. I was just curious about, whether or not you felt like you were getting paid here. But it sounds like you're happy.
I do get paid. And today I'm in that position. I'm at 25 years old and I can finish my career today if I want to. I invested everything. I just get monthly wages and that's it, you know. But my mind now just compete. I don't have to work. I just put everything in my camp and just enjoy the process.
I saw you recently with Artur Beterbiev. What was that like? Did you actually get to train with him?
No, we was flying from Turkey to Dagestan on the same flight. Very humble guy. Wasn't even like business class, nothing. Just sit in normal row with people talking. Like most humble fighter I ever seen.
Okay, amazing. I love that. One of the all-time best. A guy who actually lives in Montreal, I believe, a good portion of the time. So we enjoy him as Canadians as well. What did you think of that hype show? I saw you between John Silva and Bryce Mitchell and all that stuff. Did you enjoy that? That was a crazy time, that show.
I made peace between them
Yes.
two, you know.
You're the peacemaker.
Usually I'm a troublemaker in the hotels, but now I changed, brother.
I like this. This is showing growth, maturity.
Yeah, like I rather spend my time right in the cage right now. It doesn't worth, you know. Like I realize it doesn't worth all this. I rather put everything inside the cage. That's what people see.
You know, we talked about a lot of places and opportunities and whatnot. I'm surprised PFL has never come calling, or have they come calling? You seem to be and I know they don't have a flyweight division, but even like 135 or starting a division or just having you now they don't do, tournaments, so it doesn't really matter. Have there ever been serious talks with the PFL?
No, I spoke to Mike Hogan. I spoke to him like even 1 week ago, a couple of days ago.
Oh wow!
And they tried to make some fights. Even like before Kyoji Haraguchi got signed to UFC, that's the fight they tried to make, and then Kyoji got signed to UFC. So I'm in touch with them, but like I said, I don't want to get stuck in long-term deals with anyone right now. Because I'm still young. If I be 30 years old. And knowing that I'm not gonna be back in UFC, I signed with other promotions. That's no disrespect to other promotions. I just want to stay free.
I understand that. I think if Joshua Van wins on April 11th, I think he will tie your record of starting 7-0 in the flyweight division, right? So are you hoping that he loses? Are you rooting against him? Are you hoping Tyra does it?
I hope nobody loses. I have no person in my life who I wish lose, even who I don't like. It does nothing to do with career growth, and we're all fighters. I respect every single guy in this sport because we're all here to feed their families, and I want him to beat my record. You know, I don't care. Everybody have their own life. Everybody have their own opportunity situations, and you cannot just look at the person and thinking, oh, he's got better stuff than me. He's got his life, I got my life, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I did see you with Kyoji Haraguchi and Alex Pantoja at ATT. What was it like training there, and will you be doing more of that?
Not right now because I'm fighting Adriano Morales, and it should be another man added to this photo. Adriano Morales, that's top 3 guys in that team in our weight category. So, but after I become champion, I will be back there for sure.
Did you see him there when you were there?
I trained with Adriano Morales in past year.
Oh, you have? How long ago?
Yeah, I did. Just before I fought Charles Johnson.
Okay, what was that like?
It was good. It was good. This not much things. We just rolled. We did jiu-jitsu, and he was, as I remember, he was one of the top guys I met there.
Does that give you confidence going into this fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what kind of fight are you of the mindset that you need a finish like you got in your last fight? A knockout, a submission? Do you want to do something spectacular, or is a win enough for you?
I want to go out, dominate, put performance. Like every time I plan something to finish, it never happens, So I just want to go out and enjoy. So it will come out smoothly.
What are they telling you? We're all very curious about how the show is going to look, what the fighters are going to look like, sponsors, shorts, this and that. What, if anything, are you hearing about what you'll be able to do on this card?
Not much. I haven't even read contract much. Team deals with that everything, and but I'm allowed to wear my own logos, my own shorts and stuff. So it's good. It's good thing added to my purse as well.
I'd like to hear that you're back with Tim as well.
Yes, I never even left him. It's just I was out of UFC, and with Brave, I was dealing myself with the Brave organization. So it's I was directly with the Brave, different relationship. So like Tim did nothing but good in my career.
I remember many years ago, you were still an amateur, maybe IMAF or IMMAF. Maybe that's the right way. You know what I'm talking about. And he told me, I got this guy who is going to be the next big thing. He is going to be a future champion. He is going to be a stud. And he was talking about you, and he has proven to be correct. You're still undefeated. All these years later, you've gone on an incredible run. I know the story hasn't worked out the way you thought it was going to, or played out the way you thought it was going to, but it feels like you're in a good place here and you're getting this massive opportunity. It's not so bad.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It was Andrew Wood is a strength condition coach in Thailand, Tiger Muay Thai. Andrew Wood, he's now in Bang Tao, and I was 2018 training with him, and he introduced me to Tim actually, and we stay in touch like this, and then it was we worked with Tim from my professional debut.
By the way, are you 15-0 or 16-0? Is Tapology not recognizing one of your fights? What's going on here?
Brother, there was some late replacement guy. I don't care. I show up. I made weight. What can I do if somebody doing something? I don't care. Even if I'm 10-0, there's guys with higher records, but we've padded more record. I have legit guys on my record, and the Tapology found some guy who is, I don't know, whoever, and they're just doing so much stuff about my record. I don't care enough.
No, it doesn't matter. And you're going to add another legit guy to your record very soon, Adriano Moraes. Obviously, on the resume, we'll see how the fight plays out. Very happy that this has turned out this way for you, Muhammad, and I'm wishing you the best of luck. Good luck on May 16th. Good luck in training. There it is, Intuit Dome. Saturday, May 16th, a massive deal. MVP's first MMA fight and some very recognizable names. And when they first announced the main event, I think people were unsure as to what the card would look like. My take on it is it checks off all the boxes. You've got, fighters that the hardcore fans know and respect. You've got the legends of the game. You've got, older fighters as well. Look at this lineup right here. It's pretty star-studded, and you're a part of it as well. So congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you out there, Muhammad. I hope to see you there in just a couple months' time.
Thank you so much, Ariel. I want to shout out to all my team, KHK MMA, the Sheikh Khalid, the Prince of Bahrain, and my sponsor, Elite Energy, for supporting through my career. It doesn't matter what happens. And I'm going there May 16th, Los Angeles, and putting the best performance of the date. Thank you so much.
Salam alaikum, my brother. Thank you so much. All the best.
Wa alaikum. Thank you.
There he is, Muhammad Mokaev, joining us. Massive opportunity for him on May 16th. Looking forward to that very much as we continue to talk to some of the big stars. Hopefully we'll get Ronda and Gina on the program as well. I would love that. So let us see. I did want to play something before we get to our final guest. We don't have him. Great. Oscar De La Hoya going to be joining us. A lot to talk to him about. Yesterday we told you about the Ali Act, the Revival Act passing through the House. Wanted to play you a clip from Representative Morgan McGarvey, who spoke about the act, who spoke about why he's supporting the act and why he feels like it's so important for boxers. Here it is.
Rise in support of the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. The term GOAT gets thrown around a lot these days. In fact, my middle school son came home recently asking us to buy him a pair of GOAT sweatpants. There's a movie that just came out produced by Steph Curry called GOAT. But in Louisville, Kentucky, we know that there is only one greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali. His 3 world titles, his gold medals, his footwork, his showmanship and charisma, they made him an icon inside the ring. And his work outside the ring, which is arguably more impressive, cemented that legacy. The GOAT. Ali often said he was, quote, the onlyest boxer in history who people asked questions like a senator. So it was only fitting that Congress named the bill in his honor when they set out to reform the boxing industry. And we do so again today as we consider further reforms. The first Ali Acts in 96 and 2000 secured significant reforms for boxers, guaranteeing transparency, protecting fighter safety, trying to erect a firewall between promoters and managers. But American boxing remains fractured and favors the interests of sanctioners and promoters over the fighters themselves. I think that's why a boxing landscape that produced 8 heavyweight gold medalists in the 10 Olympics between 1952 and 1988 has not produced a single one since. Today's bill is a step in the right direction, and I will vote yes. But like ranking members Scott and Omar, I believe there is more work to do on this bill before it gets to the president's desk. Boxing lifted Cassius Clay from Smoketown and gave Muhammad Ali to the world. That's a legacy worth fighting for. Thank you to my colleagues and to my dear friend Lonnie Ali, who continues to fight for boxers and for her late husband's legacy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Over on uncrowned.com, John Nash, one of our contributors, wrote this yesterday. The U.S. House of Representatives voted on the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act on Tuesday, and as expected, it passed by an overwhelming majority. From here, it goes to the Senate, and if its supporters are correct, it will not be long before it reaches President Donald Trump's desk. The bill's backers frame it as a much-needed modernization of boxing regulation, one that will give boxers more choices and better protections. That framing, though, he says and writes, deserves scrutiny. And so this is an article that's entitled "The Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act Offers the Worst of Boxing and MMA." And obviously we know that TKO, the parent company of the UFC, WWE, and Zuffa Boxing, very much behind this. And they sort of frame all of this as, you know, doing what's right for boxers. But there are a lot of people out there who say, like, we know what you want to do. You're trying to create that UFC model, that UBO model that the UFC employs, where you can have your own belts and rankings and not have to play ball, if you will, with the WBCs and the IBFs and the WBOs and the WBAs of the world. In addition to that, not making your revenue public with the fighters and not being able to share perhaps adequately with the fighters. There's a lot there. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot that people, have been paying attention to, and maybe some haven't, but it does seem as though it is inevitable that this is going to pass. And so this is one of the many interesting angles and storylines happening in the world of boxing. We did speak to Oscar De La Hoya about this back in October at his home. It was a wonderful chat, and a lot has happened since then. It's great to talk to him again. It's great to welcome him back to the program. Here he is, the one and only, the inimitable, the golden boy, here on a Clapback Wednesday, perhaps? Or is that just, maybe. We'll see how this goes. I don't know.
I'm saving it for tomorrow, brother. Oh, and it's going to be a good one. Oh, my gosh.
It's become must-see TV, if you will, Oscar. So everyone enjoys those very much.
People are going to get ripped.
Okay. What's the topic this time? Can you tell us at least who's the target?
Brother, I wish I can tell you, but you gotta see it for yourself tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough.
It's gonna be epic. Yeah.
First things first, congratulations on the new deal with DAZN. Could I ask, I remember we spoke a little bit about your deal coming to an end back in October when we were at your house. And again, thank you so much for welcoming us there. It was tremendous. Could I ask, how did the process play out? Did it take a little longer than you expected? Was this as expected? Tell us about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it did take longer than expected, but we got something done, which is truly remarkable because a lot was riding on the line. Fighters were calling, hey, is your deal done? Do we have dates? And so finally, after months and months and months of negotiating, we finally have a deal. And whether it's 1 year deal or a 10-year deal, we're actually ecstatic that we got a deal for my fighter. So I'm happy to promote these young champions and hopefully one day create the next superstar.
Since you mentioned it, could I ask, is it a 1-year deal, 2-year deal, 10-year deal, 3-year deal? What could you tell us?
It's between the 1 year and the 10 year.
Okay. You don't want to say specifically?
I don't want to say.
Okay, fair enough. How does it compare to your previous deal?
Oh, it's better. Yeah, it's equally or better.
Okay.
Than the previous deal. Yeah, we've had a great relationship since 8 years ago when I started with Canelo on DAZN, and it's been a great run. We've been able to promote some of the young champions and create new world champions along the line. So it's been great for both sides.
You mentioned that it took a little bit longer than you expected. Do you have any theory as to why it took a little bit longer?
My theory is that, look, we want to continue building champions. We want to continue to sign the best talents out there. I'm sure that the competition has gotten a little tougher in terms of signing these fighters and having competitors trying to sign these top prospects. But look, it was smooth sailing, I have to say. It's just that there were so many little details that we wanted in the contract, obviously to protect the zone and to protect us, but most importantly, to make sure that we build new champions, that we sign new champions, and the zone is all for it. They're on board. We're partners, and we're gonna continue doing what we do at Golden Boy, and that is give you the best fights.
Could I ask, are there a number of events attached to the deal per year that you guys are going to put on, like guaranteed X amount of events?
Yeah, we'll be doing championship shows. We'll be doing contender shows, which are shows that we highlight our top prospects and talents. We'll be showcasing Kid Austin. We'll be showcasing the likes of the fighters that we've been cultivating along the way over these years. So it's gonna be a better relationship because we finally have a contract with a partner that knows exactly what we need to produce these champions. The production level is going to be amped up. And that's a big thing for fighters these days because, as you know, for instance, fighters now, if you sign across the street with Zuffa, they're being taken away their rights to showcase their heritage, where they're from. They can't wear their colors. They can't come out with music. They can't do this and that. So I think part of this whole deal is based off of making sure the fighter has an identity. And the zone got it right off the bat, and so they're going to be able to have better production. They're going to be able to wear whatever colors they want to wear, come out to their music. And it's a big production value. Fighters really care about that stuff.
Of course. And I'm obviously going to ask you about them in a moment, but I did want to mention this. I don't know if you even knew this. So yesterday was March 24th, 2026. That's when the deal was announced. Did you know, Oscar, 25 years ago yesterday, so March 24th, 2001, that was the date of your big win over Arturo Gatti. 25 years after the layoff, the thing with Bob Arum. Crazy, right? So a bit of symbolism there.
It is a bit symbolism, but look, things happen for a reason. They always do. And good things always happen to good people. I've always said that, right? I mean, look, we've been working on this deal forever. And, there's times, Ariel, that I think to myself, my gosh, are we ever going to get a TV deal? Are we ever going to get a partner? Do I even want to stay in boxing? All these headaches and this and that. But you know what? At the end of the day, things happen to good people, and the right thing always happens. I love the sport. I love boxing. I will continue to promote for as long as I can, and making sure that I cultivate these young champions to be whoever they want to be.
Was there a part of you that thought at any point in this process, hey, if we don't come to a deal here, I might be done?
No.
Okay.
I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I will always look for a partner.
Okay.
Our production value, our content is so valuable. I mean, what we have at Golden Boy, who wouldn't want to showcase it on their platform? And lucky enough, we were able to seal the deal with DAZN and continue our relationship and move on and continue giving the fans the fights they want to see.
How do you feel about sharing the space, if you will, with Top Rank, their new deal?
I'm actually excited. I've worked with Bob Arum for many years, and we've done many fights together. I'm really excited because now look, there's no excuse whatsoever from any promoter that's under DAZN. You include Matchroom, you include Top Rank, you include I believe Queensberry, who's under DAZN. So it's going to be exciting to see what type of matchups we can make and what kind of hybrid events we could put together. Imagine our fighters fighting Top Rank fighters and, on the same cards and just cross promoting. It's going to be great for the sport. It's going to be great for the fans. I'm really excited about that.
There was a rumor floating around that DAZN was upset that the Ortiz-Boots fight couldn't be made and your future hinged on that fight being made. Is that all true?
It might be. It might not be. I really don't know. I was just focusing on what's right for my company, and what's the right thing that we've done for Virgil's career. That's it. The judge ruled against Virgil Ortiz and Rick Meridian and, their shenanigans. And, it is what it is. We're going to move on and do what we do. Look, at Golden Boy, we try to promote our talent. We try to create champions. We literally make dreams come true. Literally. These young champions want to become heroes. They want to become the next Oscar, the next Chavez, the next Meldrick Taylor, or whoever, or George Foreman. So that's our job, to help them achieve their dreams with their hard work inside the ring. And we just continue doing what we do. Anything hinging on our contract or DAZN or the Virgil fight and Boots, I wasn't really focused on that. I was focused on making sure that we do the right thing and we protect ourselves.
What could you tell us about the state of the relationship with Virgil? Do you think that you will be able to figure out a way to work with him in the past, or has the relationship been severed forever?
Ariel, look, I'm a grown ass man, and I will forgive. Obviously, I'll never forget, but I will forgive. I think it's up to Virgil at this point. Look, he's 29, 30 years old. He's a man. It's like, if you want to talk, if you want to patch things up, then give me a call. Or if you want me to call you, it doesn't matter. If you want to work this out, then let's work it out. Like grown men. I still feel that he received the wrong advice and now he's paying for it, which is sad because me as a fighter, I would hate to be sidelined, but when you do the wrong thing, this is what you get.
Are you hurt, Oscar? You've been here before, you on both sides of the fence, that this was someone you were working with and that the relationship has devolved into this. Do you get hurt by this? Do you get bothered by it?
I'm not Eddie Hearn, if you're telling me that. No,
that's not what fair enough.
Look, Ariel, I've had the best advice from the best promoter in the world, and that's Bob Arum. And the one thing he told me when I got into this business 20-something years ago said, Oscar, never, ever fall in love with your fighters because they will break your heart. And I learned that a long time ago. So to me, it still feels personal to a certain point because I was a fighter myself. But being on the other side of business and dealing with these fighters as a promoter, you have to put a wall in between feelings. It's, this is a business, and I've been screwed over so many times by managers, by fighters who are ungrateful. Fighters are just ungrateful when they make it to the top, and they forget who got them there. They forget who helped them. They forget, they forget about everything but the dollars, and that's all that matters to them. So let's then keep it as a business.
So as of right now, as we're speaking here today, you guys haven't talked or repaired the relationship, so his return very much up in the air.
His return is up in the air. They ruled against him, and his career sidelined. It's sad for him, but this is what he gets for listening to wrong advice.
And we spoke to Todd DeBoeuf last week. He was in studio, and he sort of insinuated when asked about a Zayas versus Boots Ennis fight, Xander Zayas versus Boots. Do you think that everyone has moved on from Virgil now because of all of this, and it may be that fight instead?
I'll tell you one thing, which is pretty interesting. All these shenanigans that took place made Virgil that much bigger. People are talking about Virgil, on a mainstream level, all because of what's taking place here with me and Rick Meridian, who is the worst freaking manager in the business. This fight with Boots and Virgil, yes, it's not going to happen, unfortunately, in the near future. But Zayas and Boots can go and fight, and hopefully it's a great fight, and then we'll see what happens from there. But I think Virgil is out of the picture now with Boots.
Okay. When we spoke in October, Zuffa Boxing had not yet launched. They've now put on, I do believe, 4 events. What is your assessment of the product right now?
I feel that Zuffa will be a promoter, a boxing promoter, when they cultivate a fighter from scratch, when they produce a world champion from zero. Okay, not putting on Jai Obatai and fighting for a fake belt, the Zuffa belt. Not a fighter like Conor Benn, who they have to pay $15 million to put him on their platform. No, when you cultivate and produce a world champion from zero, that's when I will consider you, maybe consider you a boxing promoter. But until then, they fought Jai Obatai in front of 500 people in a basement at the Apex at Zuffa. Jai Obatai deserves a lot more than that. Come on, guys.
How'd you feel about how that whole situation with the IBF played out, where it seemed like it was going to be involved, and then they stripped him, and now he's upset and seeking legal action, it seems. What do you make of this?
Ariel, more lies from Dana White, more lies from TKO. It's all lies. When Max Kellerman was reporting inside the ring after the fight, and he asked Jai Obatai about the Zuffa belt, Jai Obatai doesn't care. He wants to unify all the belts, and it's pretty sad because you think about the ring ratings. What happened to them? This guy he fought was ranked number 15 from the IBF, and he was ranked number 10 by the Ring magazine. I mean, come on, guys. Who's making up the rankings now? I really do think that the Ring rankings, are out the window. I mean, I don't think there's any integrity there whatsoever. The Ring belt the Ring magazine was everything for, 100 years, let's say, and now it can just be in the trash can. I mean, might as well. It means nothing, and that's exactly what the Zuffa belt. The Zuffa belt. I mean, this pin is worth more than the Zuffa belt. This here is worth more than the Zuffa belt. It means nothing. It's just a name.
Do you regret selling the Ring?
Do I regret it? the way things are going, I actually do. And I never regret anything. When I had the Ring magazine, I kept its integrity. I kept the panel of writers from all over the world who were deciding who's number one, who's number two, making sure its integrity is in place. And I could have sustained it for forever if I wanted to, but Turkey came along, and I thought I was selling it to a person who really cared for the sport and was going to hold its integrity, but I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, because, I saw on your Instagram just a couple of days ago where you were talking about the Ali Act, and I'm going to ask you about it in a moment, but you did say, why isn't the media covering this? Are you all bought and paid for? What's going on here? And let's be honest, a lot of the boxing media now works for the Ring. And so when I saw that and when I just heard your comments, I did wonder, in retrospect now, do you wish you had not sold it?
Well, look, I never regret anything in life because, everything happens for a reason, like I said before. But I think I have so much passion and love for boxing that I actually do regret this one.
How is your relationship with Turkey these days?
I speak to Dr. Rakan a lot because of business, but I haven't spoken to Turkey in a while.
Why is that?
He's a busy man. I'm pretty sure he does his businesses all over the world. He's involved in everything. So I'm sure that I'm sure I'll be speaking to him very soon, as we do have a Ryan fight coming up.
Who would that be against?
Not sure yet.
Okay.
Not sure yet. I'm hoping it's Devin Haney.
Yeah, that would be the big one.
I think that'll be the biggest fight out there for both guys. It's an opportunity for Devin Haney to obviously get revenge and vindicate himself. But for Ryan, it'll just put a stamp on his legacy once again. What he did the first time around will obviously justify, that he was ready and a better fighter the second time around.
Again, when we spoke in October, things weren't great, but then he had the fight in February, and it seemed like things were great, that fight week and whatnot. How are things between you and Ryan these days?
We're actually cool.
Okay.
We're actually cool. Look, like I said, I don't take anything personal with fighters, and I don't fall in love with fighters, and because they'll break your heart. But when there's business to be done, hey, I'm right there, making sure that I want to get the best, the biggest purse for my fighters. I want to make sure that my fighter is taken care of, and we're taken care of. So that's all that matters to me. I'm building Golden Boy as a brand. That's my love.
Have there been talks with Team Haney about making this fight yet?
No, there hasn't been any talks whatsoever. So we're hoping by July we have a fight in place here in Las Vegas at the T-Mobile, most likely, or maybe even the Allegiant Stadium. But those talks will start very soon.
And when you say by July, do you mean the fight would happen in July or it get finalized in July?
Yeah, it could happen in July.
Okay, amazing.
Could happen in July.
Okay. What about this Ali Act? It passed through the House. It seems inevitable that it's going to pass. As you're watching all this transpire now, what are you thinking?
Well, it doesn't seem inevitable. It still has to pass through the Senate.
Okay.
I've had various conversations with members from the Senate, and they invited me in a few weeks to Washington and speak. And so I'm going to be there. And this is what's mind-boggling to me, is that nobody's reporting on it. Nobody's talking about it. I'm expecting the boxing community to be in Washington. I'm not sure exactly what day it is, but it's in a few weeks, and I'll be there. But it feels like I'm fighting this fight alone. It's pretty odd, but look, that's what TKO is. That's what Zuffa is. That's what Dana is. They're always sneaky. And, they had a hearing, what was it, yesterday or a couple of days ago, where they passed it. Mm-hmm. It was all sneaky. It was all under the radar. Nobody knew about it. So hopefully with me showing up, with me being prepared, talking to the Senate, hopefully convincing him, and hopefully it gets derailed.
I do have to say, I feel like we've talked about it a lot on the show, and right now on our website, uncrowned.com, which is part of Yahoo, the top story is the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act offers the worst of boxing and MMA. We have a massive story up there, Oscar, on this. So when you say no one's talking about it, I hope you're not talking about us, because we have been.
I take that back, and you're probably the only one who hasn't been bought, so I respect that.
That is true. I think that is true, by the way. I think we're the last. That's why I say we're the last of a dying breed. You and I both. We're the last of a dying breed, Oscar.
Look, we have platforms where we have to educate and be responsible and make sure that the fans know, the fighters know. We're doing the right thing for the sport, so it's an uphill battle, but hey, like I said, I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter first.
Yes. And the fight, the proverbial fight, if you will, between you and Dana White continues to rage on. He did say some things about you recently. Can I play you a clip and get your response? Would that be possible?
Yeah, give me more ammunition for my clapback.
Here we go.
I mean, these guys like Eddie and, Oscar's on a sinking ship and will not shut the fuck up. This guy it's fascinating. He's going to have to throw the panties and fucking and stockings back on and get on OnlyFans to start paying his rent. My boy's running out of money. His ship is sinking very fast, and he's talking shit all the way down. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted, everybody? There you go.
That about wraps it up with Dana.
Panties and fishnets back on, jump on OnlyFans, and pay that $23 million in fucking rent, yo, buddy. Talking shit and fucking...
It's a lot of OnlyFans.
All right, so what do you think of that, Oscar? What do you have to say in response?
He's a joke. That's all I can say. He's a Neanderthal joke. That's all he is. And the things he talks so much, he says crap shit. He doesn't say shit. He just talks. It's crazy. I mean, if you really pay attention, he doesn't say nothing. It's amazing. And so, I mean, look, it's funny how he talks about, your building being, whatever, by the banks and this and that. If you knew business, you would understand. And I'm not going to explain it. Like, I'm not going to explain to Dana, well, there's a loan involved and this and that. Downtown LA, I mean, if anybody knows, all the buildings in downtown are like empty. It's pretty crazy what's happening in downtown. So this was just simply a business move, just like any other businessman would do. So, but I'm not going to explain it because Dana's full of shit. And the pantyhose, I mean, come on. 30 years ago, just please stop with, that's all you have? I mean, please, come on, Uncle Fester. That's all you have is pantyhose? He probably fucking watches that picture and fucking, probably loves it. He probably loves it. That's why he talks about it so much. He loves them.
Oh, my dear.
Yeah, it's crazy. But look, on a serious note,
yes,
what TKO and Dana and Zuffa, what they're doing, look, they're pigs with lipstick. That's all they are. They're really trying to convince the world that they're doing the right thing for the fighter. No, they're not. It's not the right thing to do. They are not doing the right thing. The Revival Muhammad Ali Act, no. They're just covering up. That's all they're doing. And poor fighters, when they sign, they're screwed. They really are.
Why do you think they're screwed?
Obatai was tricked into fighting in front of 500 people, thinking he was going to unify, and they tricked him. I mean, come on, that's not right.
Dana keeps saying, judge me in a year, see what we do in a year. They signed the Sky Sports deal, obviously the Paramount Plus deal. It seems like they've got some big deals, and they're about to sign some big names. I think Edgar Berlanga is hinting, Richardson Hitchens as well. What do you think? What do you think it will look like in a year?
Well, again, Uncle Turkey is funding the whole league, and like I said, when they produce a champion from scratch, from zero, then I will give them some credit, because it takes a lot of knowledge, it takes a lot of work to build a fighter from scratch. It's so easy to get funding from Turkey and you know, put them on your platform, that's easy. I can do that in a heartbeat. But to take fighters from when they're amateurs turning pro and producing world champions, that's when I'll come, you know, that's when I'll kind of, you know, give you the stamp of approval and say, okay, now you're a boxing promoter.
You mentioned Eddie earlier, and I wondered if you think it's interesting that it seems like, you know, Zuffa is in a business relationship with Turkey, and Turkey had a relationship with Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn. It seems like that's continuing in some way, shape, or form, but yet it was the Riyadh season crew that funded the signing of Conor Benn to take him away from Eddie, and that meant so much to him. He was so hurt. It felt to me like a bit of a fracture of the relationship. Am I reading it wrong, or do you read it the same way?
Who knows? I mean, one day you see Eddie, you know, talking about Turkey. The other day they're holding hands and the relationship is great. And who knows what's going on behind closed doors? You know, one thing about me and the business is that you stay in your own lane, you focus on the job at hand, and you do the best job possible. You know, boxing right now is full of funny money, you know, because of Turkey, right? And people are scrambling and people are trying to get a hold of that money. Look, when you're doing the right thing and you stay in your lane and you focus on your own business, everything else is irrelevant. Everything else is just, like I said, funny money. So whatever relationship Eddie has with Turkey and, you know, and Dana and Eddie are fighting, and who knows if it's true or not? Who knows if it's real? All I have to focus on is my business and continue growing Golden Boy and producing world champions. That's all I'm focused on.
And I'll let you go in a moment, Oscar, but you know, that clip of Dana talking about you, that was before the deal with DAZN was announced and this news of the foreclosure in downtown LA was out there. And so it seemed like he was sort of dancing on your grave. What could you tell us about the state of Golden Boy right now, as far as a business? Are you happy? Is it healthy? Are there issues? What can you say about the state right now?
We've always been healthy. We've always been happy. We've always been, look, the fact that your TV deal ends, okay, it doesn't mean you're not negotiating to extend, you know, and it took several months to renew with DAZN, but we always knew we would have a deal with DAZN because this is the home of boxing. And so when Dana, you know, he looks for that little crack in the door just to open it and fucking talk shit, that's who Dana is. He can't help himself. But it's always lies and lies and lies with Dana White and TKO. That's all it is. So, like I said, I'm doing my job, doing my business. We're healthy as ever. We're doing big fights. May 2nd with Benavidez and Zurdo, Ryan Garcia in July. We're doing Kid Austin. We have the next great heavyweight champion. We have all these young fighters who are coming up. Business as usual. And, you know, we're the best at doing it. So as long as I continue staying focused and writing clapback, I'm a happy camper.
And I have a question about the Benavidez fight, but one last thing on all of this. Eddie keeps saying that he thinks that there's going to be a revolt among the UFC fighters because they're paying top dollar for the likes of Conor Benn and others. We're hearing, you know, some big numbers attached to Berlanga and whatnot. And now, you know, the Tom Aspinall situation, John Jones, I don't know if you saw. Do you think that that's going to come and maybe bite them in the behind?
Oh, it has been for a long time now. I've been preaching this for a while. Look, UFC fighters are getting screwed. They really are. When you have corporate America making, or their corporation making 80% of the revenue, in boxing, it's the other way around. So, of course, UFC fighters are going to be pissed off. You know, these fighters, man, they fight their ass off. I respect them 1,000,000%. How they train, what they have to go through. Yeah, it's like a fighter, like a boxer, but even more so because you're on the ground, you have to grapple, you know, you don't have support, training expenses, you're coming out of pocket. It's terrible for these UFC fighters. So yeah, there's more noise now today because of social media, but this has been going on forever.
You mentioned the Benavidez fight, massive fight against Zurdo on May 2nd. That's a PBC show. Will it also air on DAZN as well, or is it just on Prime Video?
Yes, it will air on DAZN.
Okay.
Yeah, we made a deal with DAZN, and they will air it on their platform. And look, more platforms, the better. More people can watch. More people can pay for it. So I think, look, this is what boxing is all about. People coming together, promoters coming together and making the best fights happen. So the fact that DAZN has Top Rank, Queensberry, Matchroom, and now Golden Boy under their wing, they're gonna soar and fly as high as they can now.
When is your next show?
My next show is gonna be, I believe, I had one scheduled for April 18th. I believe the date was. Couldn't finalize that. So May 2nd will be my next show here in Las Vegas with Zurdo and Benavides.
Okay. Winner fights Jai?
And then we're off to the races. After that with DAZN.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, we're going to be busy.
Winner of that fight fights Jai Opetaia?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, is Zuffa going to allow Jai Opetaia to fight? I don't know. Okay.
We will find out. Oscar, it's always great to talk to you. Always enjoy picking your brain. The clapbacks are great. So we are getting one tomorrow, right? We're going to get one?
We are getting one, and it will be epic.
Okay. All right. We look forward to that. Congratulations on the deal with DAZN.
Thank you,
Very
brother.
happy for you guys. And like I said, always appreciate you coming on. Keep up the great work.
Hey, and thank you for not being bought off, brother.
Thank you. I will never be. Thank you, Oscar. All the best to you. There he is, the great Oscar De La Hoya, the one and only Golden Boy. What a guy. What a character in the game, and that's why I love the boxing game. There are so many great characters, so much going on, such a fascinating time in the sport. I did want to ask one question to Frank from On the Nose before we transition over to the Super Chats. It's just me and you, Frankie, riding shotgun here, like
All
Thelma
right.
and Louise.
That's right.
Two of America's most wanted. Okay, Frankie, you ready for this? This is a good one from El Peruano. The coverage across all combat sports keeps getting better and better. He has a lighter question for us. Two celebrities, president, vice president, you could pick them. Who would they be? He says Adam Sandler, Denzel Washington. Who are you picking?
Oh, man. That's great. I would go with... Damn, this is a good one. I want Hunter S. Thompson in the cabinet somehow.
Okay.
Do they have to be alive?
Well, that's, kind of weird.
Why is that weird?
I mean, he's not alive.
Okay, well... Think of like Fight Club, where they're like living or dead.
Okay. Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson, and then we'll do oh man. I'm drawing a blank.
Wow.
That's
Andy,
all
can you
I
help
want.
him out?
You can do both.
What? This is your answer? I thought you were going to nail this one.
Yeah, no, man, this is difficult.
Benito? What are we doing? No?
Just stumbling to get on comms.
Okay, everyone. Matt, Dan, can you help me out? Someone named Matt over here. Dan, can you help me out? Golly. Are Rick and GC there, or are they out having Mai Tais? What's going on? Wah, wah.
They're busy.
Okay. Okay, Rick is here. He said this is Frank at his best.
So I've been elected as
Is there
president,
any,
vice president.
I'm literally drowning here. I'm asking for something.
Yeah, I gave you one name. Why don't you give me the other one?
You gave me Hunter S. Thompson. He's not even alive. Adam Sandler's a great show.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, Adam
Perfect. Which
Sandler's
one, though? President or vice president?
Yabadoo. Yabadoo.
Give me Matthew McConaughey.
Okay. That's a good one. I like that one, Dano. I like that one. Matthew McConaughey. So we're going with a McConaughey Thompson ticket.
There we go. And what would Matthew McConaughey be like? Do you got any peace? Be a lot cooler if you did.
Fran Drescher.
Fran Drescher? Who is she? The Secretary of War? What is she?
Why can't she be president?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Those
Well,
fabulous outfits.
no, but I thought we already filled it up with McConaughey.
Listen.
Okay.
Competition is good.
I'd have Jordan Kamzan as the press secretary.
Wow, Jordan Kamzat. Of all the celebrities you could pick, that's a good one. On air, Jordan.
Celebrity's a stretch.
Yeah, shout out to him.
See, oh yeah, here you are. Where's your list here?
Cindy Crawford. I think she'd be phenomenal.
Is she still with us?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Do you think Dwayne would be good?
No, I don't think Dwayne would be good.
Why? Why would Dwayne not be good?
Okay, you know what? John Cena.
John
After that
Cena
clip from earlier this week
is a great show.
All right. I've redeemed myself.
That's a great shout.
You know, and then I'll be vice president.
What
John
about-
Cena, president. Mysterious Frank.
You know what? Who better than the Olympic gold medalist, the golden boy, Oscar De La Hoya, to lead us through these tough times?
I think I could think of a few.
Stop it. Here's James the Tuna. Rick says Stephen A. Smith. Not a bad shout. 2028. Skip Bayless, vice president. He says, I just wanted to bring up a point after listening to Monday's show where you all talked about Dana lying to us regarding the John Jones on the White House card. On your very show, it's dated the 18th of November, 2025. You talked about Dana on the Andrew Schultz podcast saying that John wouldn't fight on the card as he couldn't risk pulling him out. That is true. He did say that. I've never said he didn't say that. I'm by no means a fan of this 2026 Dana, but I believe he has been saying the same thing since May. I've said the same thing. So it's called a lie. When did I say Dana White is a liar, by the way? Like, this is the thing about fans when they come at you with stuff, like they think that they're getting you and then they just twist things. I've never said he was a liar. What I said was they negotiated, okay? They negotiated. And for whatever reason, he's not telling us that they negotiated. John Jones has confirmed it. I've confirmed it. Other people have confirmed it. And so what do you want me to say? Yes, he was telling you that he's not going to be on the card. And at the same time, they were negotiating. So what do you want to call that? Call that whatever the hell you want. I'm giving you the facts here. Are you trying to tell me that he's never said one thing and the other thing happened? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because that's not the truth. We know that. So all I'm telling you is they did reach out. They did negotiate. Also, by the way, people changed their stance. Back in November was not back in March or February. So some people say there'll never be women in the UFC, and then women show up in the UFC. Some people say we'll never do business with this guy, and then they do business with this guy or gal. And so things change. So to come back to something that was said in November does us no good in February or March. They negotiated. I don't know what else I could say. Now, was there a breakdown in communication? Did Hunter Campbell go out there and say, let me score a deal with John, then I'll bring it back to him, and then we'll convince him? Maybe. All I'm telling you is, yes, Dana White told us repeatedly, in fairness, he did say that repeatedly, this guy will never be on the card. But they were also negotiating. And so my question, my rhetorical question, if you will, I'm throwing it out there. Maybe not even rhetorical. Maybe it's an actual question. You know what? It's an actual question. Why were you negotiating when the public face of the company kept saying he was not going to be on the card? He had no interest in booking him on the card. Why did you negotiate? Did you talk about a 15 million, 25 million, 30 million? Did you talk about it? Because John Jones seems to think so. His team seems to think so. So what happened? What went wrong? Is there a fracture in the relationship? Is one side of the company doing business while the other side of the company doesn't know? What's going on? What's happening? Clearly, this has exposed some lack of communication if it's not someone fibbing. I don't know. But we've told you the truth every single step of the way. We will continue to tell you the truth. Now, do we have any super chats, Frankie? Do we have any super chats?
Super chats. Yeah, we do.
Let's do it.
Miles Bell 4693 says, get Seattle teriyaki. The best is Ranier teriyaki.
Okay. Any affiliation with RDR?
That, Connor made that joke earlier. You guys are two peas in a pod.
Hell
you
yeah.
two. I love it.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Sammy says, saw you on the Cruise Control podcast. How does it feel being a guest with a capital?
Shout out to my boy, Randy Cruz. Shout out to Sammy as well. Hopefully the birthday is treating you well, the birthday week. I've been a guest time and again. I like it. I enjoy it. I don't want to overexpose myself, Frankie. That's the thing. You get a lot of me 4 or 5 hours on a Monday, 3-4 hours on a Tuesday, 4 or 5 hours on a Wednesday. So I try to be selective. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's a lot of me out there. Randy's a friend. Happy to do it. Had a good time. Had some hot takes. Fun.
Speaking of which, there's a TMZ article that just hit saying that there were sightings of you standing in line to get lunch with the, quote, people of Yahoo Studios. Mm-hmm. Would you like to have a comment?
Yes, earlier today they had, I think it was Indian food.
Yes.
At the sort of like common area that we have here, which is phenomenal. And Frank was there, and I said to Frank, "Hey, can you grab me a tiki masala?" "Oh, no, I can't. I only got 2 hands, and it's just a little bit too messy. Cut the line." And I said, "I'm not that guy. There's a big line, so I'm a man of the people.
You did the chat.
I will wait my turn. And it was nice. It was a nice little offering. At our previous home, I don't remember us having these types of wrinkles in terms of like free lunch. I hear there's free lunch often on Thursdays.
Every Thursday.
Unfortunately.
So we're just going to lie to the audience.
What's happening, Dan? Dan?
You graciously went to the back of the line?
Dan, I'm not sure if I hear you correctly here.
Yeah, it started garbling
Dan
up.
and I saw you from the back of the line.
Yes.
And we were like, this is interesting that Ariel is just standing next to Frank, who was third in line for food.
Okay, so,
as we were like 25 people back.
There's a lot of flipping going. Third in line? Really, Andy? We're going to go with third in line,
growing,
huh? Wow. Third in line, huh? Okay. Listen, I'll remember this. Dan, I'll remember. I thought you were one of our own. Apparently not. Here's the knife. And Andy, I'll remember this as well. If you allow me to finish. So there I am speaking to Frank about, hey, I'm a man of the people, I'm a man of the people, I'm a man of the people. And as we were talking about all this, and he's like, no, like you pretty much, you're the straw, you're the, I'm like, By the time we finished that, I was already there. And the guy who serves the food is like, what would you like? You want the biryani? You want the tiki masala? You want the chicken masala? So I was like, should I just, and he's like, no, Helwani, of course we got. So what am I supposed to do?
Frank's the villain.
Well, he was taking so long fighting with me over this. I made it to the front, and then what am I supposed to do?
It's a happy accident.
In the end, moral of the story, good to be among the people, good to eat with the crew. It's always important, I think, for, in the business we refer to like hosts as talent. It's always important for talent to be with the crew, be with the people. I think that's very important. So, it was fun to do it. I look forward to doing it again in the fall. And, we just sort of take it from there.
Perfect.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Din19852 says, I'm calling out Andy. She was asked about other cuisines in South America. Peru wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
She either never tried it or is super biased.
Yeah, no, she's both that
Peru
and a liar.
Has the best cuisine in South America, bar none. Period.
Your thoughts?
My
Andy.
thoughts. So my husband is half Peruvian. So these are false allegations. I have tried Peruvian food. Not big a seafood eater.
Okay.
So that's why I usually don't put that on
is that a staple? Is that a staple?
Lots of seafood in Peru. Lots of ceviche.
Okay.
Which I hear is good. But I'm not a fan. Sorry, guys.
Different strokes, different folks. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jake from Windy City says, I've been binging on old Pride events on Fight Pass. What a unique time it was, especially their ring. What's your stance on MMA and a ring versus a cage?
Shout out to Jake. Always great questions. Thoughtful questions. I enjoy them. I thought Pride's production was beautiful. The lights, the white ring looked amazing. I do think that MMA has evolved to a point where it is better in a cage, if only because of the wrestling and whatnot, but it's just a different approach. I wouldn't hate it. I don't hate it. I like it as far as Ryzen is concerned. It makes them look different. So I understand why the vast majority of promotions keep it uniform, but I do think it makes Ryzen, and there are others as well, stick out. And I enjoyed it very much. I mean, Pride was incredible. And there is a case to be made that there's less clinching, there's less usage of the structure, aka the cage, and that could lead to some sort of stalling and whatnot when you're fighting in a ring. So, there's a case to be made that could lead to more exciting and better fights. But I don't hate it. Loved Pride, love Ryzen, Dream, Sengoku. They use it a lot over in Asia. Won championships sometimes. So it's great. And the production was great. The look of it was great. The all-white ring was tremendous. What else, Frankie? What else?
I am Angelo Media. Says, Ariel's yesterday super chat fired you up, but you are wrong. Boxing model is not good for the fans. The UFC has much room for improvement, but they are a net positive for the fans. We get most of the fights we want and need.
Yeah, you do. You get most of the fights these days? Yeah? Yeah?
We await his reply.
Yeah? Yeah, do me a favor, bud. When you do reply, and I love you, Angela. I love you. Much respect. Make it $25 next time you reply, okay? I want to get your take on that. And if you want to break it up into two parts, that's cool as well. Are you really getting the fights that you want these days? And how many more times do I have to say this? I'm not advocating for no boxing model. When have I advocated for the boxing model? The closest thing that I've advocated for is for the fighters to have options and get paid. If you want to call that the boxing model, why don't you call that the NBA model as well? Because they've got, 32 options Why don't you call that the NFL model? They've got 30 options. Why don't you call that the NHL model, the MLB? That's what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for, just to be 100% clear, collective bargaining, free market, free agency, being able to get paid as much as possible in your short window of time. That's what I'm advocating for. That ain't no boxing model. You think I'm sitting here advocating for sanctioning bodies and fees and all this nonsense? No way. I'm not advocating for that. But I would like to see independent rankings. I would like to see, belts that are not tied to promoters so that promoters can decide who's going to fight for the belt and whatnot. Are you starting to understand, now that some of you are probably paying more attention to boxing because of Zuffa boxing, are you starting to understand the differences? I'm not advocating for a boxing model. I'm advocating for the fighters to get paid what they are owed. And I think that more often than not, the vast majority of the time, that does not happen. Call it whatever you want. But it ain't no boxing model that I'm advocating for. What else, Frankie? What else?
He did send $5 to say the Irishman Conor McGregor is threatening. Is Dana White, not Ian Gary?
This dude is like striking out left and right with his takes. I don't think he's calling out Dana White. He's happy. He just scored a deal. Why would he be calling out Dana White? Is Dana even Irish? I guess sort of. Saudi? He's not calling out. I think he's just, as PT said, he's quoting a movie. What else, Frankie? What
else? Drip Drop 7443. Hey, Ariel, my girlfriend and Mrs. Helwani share a birthday. So happy early birthday to her. We are celebrating by going to New York City. How do you plan on celebrating?
That's wild that he knows that. Yes, it's my wife's birthday on Saturday. Oh, because I said it. Of course, I said it. My bad. Friday, we're going out for dinner, whole family. I'm a big fan. I don't like leaving the kids behind. And maybe it's because my birthday's in July and they're at camp and I don't get to celebrate with them. I don't know, but they come. And we're going out for dinner Friday. I got her a massage on Monday. I got her another massage on Friday. She asked me to cancel that one because she says she has too much work. Bought her a bunch of gifts. Going out for dinner also on Friday. We have this bar mitzvah on Saturday, her actual birthday. And then I thought it would be nice if we can sit back, relax, watch Dalton Rosta against Impa Kasanganay. Maybe a little, UFC Seattle. Who knows? I don't know if we'll have time, but Fox Nation, RAF 7, it would be nice. Nice little Saturday, right, Frank?
Damn straight. What time did you want me to be there?
I don't know if you got the reference. I don't think you did. Old school reference.
Yeah, I've seen that movie once. Not as big of an impact as, say, Nutty Professor.
Wow. Hercules. Okay, what else, Frankie? What else?
Bushy Brows 176 says, hi, Ariel, two things. Since you're already a Bills fan, can we get you to become a Sabres fan, too? The other thing is that today I just started BJJ training.
Well, congratulations to you. That's incredible, and good luck on your journey. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Sabres because all Sabres fans are Bills fans, vast majority. But in the end, it's les habitants till I die. The Montreal Canadiens, that's my hometown team, and so I have to support them. But I do have a soft spot for the Sabres, and I do love to see them successful. They're having a tremendous year, and it's great to see those people. I love the people of Western New York, the 716. I will always adore them, and obviously we share a kinship due to our shared love of the Buffalo Bills. And so perhaps the Sabres can get Western New York off the schneid, and then Bills make it happen in 2026 later on. I guess technically 27, but the 26 season later on this year at New Stadium. We're going to take a road trip there, by the way. All this Muckleshoot this, Iowa that. When are we taking a road trip to Buffalo? God's country.
Who the fuck is we?
Honestly, my wife would love it.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Colton63, boys, other than Izzy Pfeiffer, favorite fight this week?
Armin Sarukian against Giorgio Poulos. How about that? I'm excited about Sebastian Fundora against Keith Thurman. I'm excited about Rosta. I'm excited about Eblin. Michael Chies's retirement fight is obviously a big deal against Nico Price. Macy Barber against Alexa Grasso is a solid fight at 125. He said other than Izzy, because Izzy is obviously the biggest one, right? No doubt about that. Mansour Abdul Malik. Love that guy against Yusri Belguri. Terrence McKinney on there. It's a solid card. Chase Hooper against Lance Gibson, the Pride of Canada. You know what? My answer, final answer, the return of our old friend King Casey O'Neill. It's been 2 years since she last fought. We love King Casey. What about that? Frank?
So that was a good answer.
Yeah, I love King Casey. So good luck to her this Saturday. And I have she's still here. She's still here. What else, Frankie? What else?
Smoking Ace 408. Maybe. Can you even hear me right now?
What does FIP mean? What?
I don't. Oh, the fat Irish pig.
Oh, weird.
Okay, moving on.
What else, Frankie? What else?
H Garcia 6934. Hey, Ariel. Wanted to ask for interviews with more BKFC fighters other than Mike. Could we get Taylor Dagner? Her story is very heartfelt. Thanks again.
Okay, appreciate it. We will look into it. There's only so much time. What else, Frankie? What else?
J Watt 2387. Tony Khan, Gina, Rousey, Covington. Wouldn't be surprised. We get Dana, Ali, and Joey B on the same show at this point.
I forgot about Tony Khan. They all come back, Frank. They can't resist. They all come back, and there have been many others. That's why I always think it's funny when people are like, so many beefs. Yeah, and how do those beefs end up? They usually end up in a positive place. And doesn't that actually say more about me than what you're trying to paint? The narrative that you're trying to paint? No, because I am a man who doesn't believe in grudges, who believes that you only die once. Yodo, working on trademarking it, by the way. And, it's not good to have a grudge because a grudge is like a cancer in your soul and it rots in there. And so, hey, you take a shot at that. We could shake hands. We could be pals. We can move on. We can live productive lives while we're all playing in the same sandbox, right?
We're waiting in the same line for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Jamaica Media. This week, someone asked about Jason Statham, and you asked yourself if you have a link. You actually do. The guy from Jason Statham,
Saul.
Knows him well.
We love Saul. I didn't know that. All right. I don't want to ask him for a favor. I'm working on it.
Yoda.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Alexander Hurst, 1171. Y'all see AI Strickland versus Hamzat? AI promos are...
I don't click on AI promos. No, thank you. I'm not trying to contribute to all of that. So I like the real deal Holyfield, all right? None of this slop. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Sobek.McCall. People talk about some fighters like they are PPV-only fighters. For example, Prohaska. I always thought Izzy is one of them too, but now he's fighting at the random card in Seattle. Has he fallen that bad?
No. What does it matter? There is no pay-per-view anymore, so who cares? Fight night numbered. Who gives a crap? It's all the same. He's getting paid. You're thinking of it the old way. This is the new way. What else, Frankie? What else?
Duncan 9661 with Phil Hmuth set to attend UFC Fight Night 271. Will New York Rick and GC try to get a photo with him for the BITB studio?
Helmuth? You know this man?
No, did I mispronounce him?
No, I don't know. I'm just trying to... American professional poker player. Okay. Are they big fans of his?
I think huge. Yeah, I remember...
17 time.
Yeah. Over dinner once, Connor was like, oh, I just love Hmuth. I'm like, who's that? I clearly wasn't paying attention. The Confrontationalist sends $10 to say, it has been too long since Lou DiBella. Please rebook.
I'm in. Don't tempt me with a good time. I love Lou. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ryan Mosafari.
How many are there?
I'm trying to tell you. Yo, Ariel, what's up, my brother? Just sending some love. I don't always get to watch live,
thank you.
But I always watch, and I appreciate you, my G heart emoji.
Much love. That feels good on a Wednesday. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
This was a broke-ass super chat. Ezra says, Ariel, I'm too broke for Superheat. But if you could read that this is the best chat group on the planet and the best people, friendly and inclusive, cool inside jokes too. I couldn't pass it up.
Wait a second. He paid nothing for that?
Look,
I'm kidding. That's amazing.
Won my heart.
I love. Who's that? Ezra?
Ezra.
Shout out to Ezra. Triple E, as we like to call him around here. That was very kind of him. Thank you. That means more than any super chat. Anything else?
C. Hopkins 73. Hey, Ariel, when is the next live show? I live in the South, so hoping it would be close to home, but would love to see the crew in person.
I would love to do it. Yes.
I'm not done yet.
I'm sorry.
That's so.
I would love to do it, but there's just there's a lot going on. There's a lot of logistics. We're building the empire. Last of a dying breed. #1 unbiased. I mean, there's a lot. NewUncrown.com. Check it out. 400K subscribers. There's a lot. You know, it's funny. I saw some people say, like, oh, 400K, how come you don't have 1 million? By the way, go check MMA Fighting's YouTube channel. By the way, go check out ESPN MMA's. This is my 3rd YouTube channel, all right? This is my 3rd, all right? So let me know when you build multiple multi-million sub channels. All right.
I see them though.
Yeah, that's right, bud. That was great. That was perfect. What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, Jim's card sales. I fought on my 18th birthday.
Jim's card sales. Is that, or is it Jim's card sales? No, you know
I'm
what?
pretty
You're
sure
right.
it's card sale.
Yeah,
He's didn't he? You know what?
Yeah.
I fought on my 18th birthday in 2011 for Sport Fight owned by Matt Lindland.
Oh, this
here in my home state of Oregon. They used a ring, and I thought it was okay.
Hell yeah. They did back in the day. That was a great promotion over in Oregon. Anyway, they did use a ring. It was great. It's a staple of the old MMA scene, and part of the reason why I think people love the Japanese scene as well. It has been a phenomenal week. I do want to remind you that tomorrow, the boys in the back, get out of here. More?
We'd be remiss if we didn't read this.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Ezra says $10 pop
He got his paycheck. Shout out to him. The boys in the back are live from the Muck tomorrow. That's going to be a very fun time. Can't wait for that. PT Live, Crack on Friday. I'm back. Monday, Tuesday next week. Special edition of the Crack on Wednesday. Then it's spring break, but we'll have some stuff for you, all right? So don't you fear as the calendar rolls into April. Golly, time is flying. For now, though, it's time to say goodbye. I think we got to everything here. Nice little tight 4-hour show. Yes. We actually have to film something in like 15 seconds.
Who the fuck is we?
Well, with a famous fighter that will air at a later date. What about Colby Covington, huh? Showing the world that we could come together as one. Time to say goodbye. It's been a great day. What a way to end the day. Oscar De La Hoya. I've been to his house, by the way, Frank. You know he has a ring in his house. What? What's so funny?
It's just the flex.
I've been to his house. It was a beautiful house. Golly. They had so many water bottles. It was just...
That's the thing your takeaway from
I was just like, wow. The amount of water bottles here.
Fiji, Ozarka?
No, I think it was Smart. That's how big time it was.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how big time it was.
But not as good as Nama, right?
No, not as good as Nama. Nama is number one. Thank you for that. I do want to let you know that there's a brand new episode of the Uncrowned Wrestling Show up right now. And oh, by the way, very important to note, Uncrowned Wrestling has its own feed now. BITB have their own feed. Crack has its own feed. Inside Boxing own feed. I have my own feed. All the shows will be in my feed as well. But now if you just want those, like, follow, sub, comment, share. We appreciate you so very, very much. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Tremendous stuff. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back on Thursdays. Peace. I'm out of here.